now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome to King's Resort. We are broadcasting live the German Championship of Poker. It's the Bounty Hunter event and it's the final day. 893 players has been whittled down to just 3 tables. 8 players on each table, 24 unique players left in this event, all vying for that top prize of 40,000. It looks like a really exciting lineup here. Some familiar faces. One that stands out straight away is the chip leader on this table. In fact, he's the big stack for the final day, chip leader overnight. Paul Kovacic, the Romanian, the reg. Our regular viewers will be very familiar with Paul Kovacic. We've featured him on several streams, and for sure the real experience on this feature table. One of 3 remaining tables. Average stack is, I'm just trying to figure out, it's about 1.1 million, I'm pretty sure, average stack. And you can see the lineup there. It's the 2 Romanians top of that chip count chart. Marius Moldovanu. Marius in seat number 6. You can see him on the right hand side there. Chip leader, seat 3. Paul. Opposite the dealer there, you can see Martin from last night's stream with the sunglasses. That's the chippy. Looking very dapper today. White jacket, white t-shirt. $24 remain. That's Martin with the 6-3 of diamonds. So that's the big stack. Kovacic now posting big blind, and under the gun, one of the short stacks on the table, Daniel Menger. It's Martin, also short. Blinds 25, 50,000. Now we have an open, it looks like, from Marius. No, I don't know, is that correct? I think that's Schizo 98 who's opened. Big blind, ace queen. Mandatory continue for Kovacic. Now Kovacic is the big stack. That's Marius, but he's not in the hand. He didn't open with the 9 deuce. It was this gentleman here in seat 7, which is Psycho, with the Queen 10 suited. And the graphics just catching up. So this is perfect. We have Kovacic with the ace queen. And this is a big problem for Schizo. He's hit top pair, but Kovacic has him absolutely crushed here. He's a 10-1 favourite, Paul Kovacic, who's under-repped his hand, the ace-queen. He just flatted pre, check called on the 9-4-3, and then that money card on the turn. Both players convinced they're in the lead, but one of them's got it wrong. Schizo, who's open pre, drawing very slim here. Kovacic check calls the 190k bet is 6 on the river. Snap check from Powell, and oh boy, how did... Well, I'm surprised Schizo didn't go for value. Well, what he perceived to be value, I could have got a lot bigger. That queen connecting with both players. The chip leader wins a very sizable pot. It brings him up to 2.9 million. Overall tournament leader. It's going to be hard to extract chips from this guy. Very experienced, very disciplined, very methodical, and for me he comes across really clear-minded, extremely comfortable in these situations. Had several deep runs lately. Martin under the gun here with the ace-9 suited. So min raise from the Bulgarian, and it's folded right around to Zitki Sari, who folds, and Vika, the Croatian player with the German flag there in seat 1, folds. Button folds. It's the big stack, 2.8 behind. Folds in the small blind, and this is Daniel Menger, who you'd expect to put in 50,000 here. He's getting 4.5 to 1 on his money in the big blind with the Queen 10. Both of these are the short stacks on the table. Average about 1.1. Well, something for both players. Middle pair, backdoor hearts for Martin, who continues, but it's a top pair and a good shot for Daniel, who's going to let rip. It's pretty horrible spot here for Martin. Second pair, really tough situation here for his tournament, essentially. Daniel all in for 590, and it's all in to call for the Bulgarian, who's raised pre, continued, and now has to fold. Second pair, backdoor hearts, 2 pair draw, trip draw. He had a lot going on, but couldn't put all his money in. 24 players left here in King's Resort. If you've just tuned in, this is the German Championship of Poker, a really sizable festival. 1.2 million in combined guarantees over the 10 days. And this is one of the first highlight events. It's event number 2, in fact. 300k guarantee. Currently running, we also have the mini main event, which is a 500 buy-in, 100k guarantee. And we have the PLO Turbo Knockout, running also. But I mean, there's an absolute bunch of events throughout this festival, all culminating in that main event. 1,000 buy-in, 500,000 guaranteed, starts later in the week. All details on the website. Just go into King's Resort, press poker schedule. Really detailed, really good website. I love using it because it's so slick and informative. Gives you the exact details, and it's always updated. Structures, schedules. And if you're thinking of visiting the resort, it gives you a list of what's happening. Well, it's goodbye Martin, because Psycho 98 has the goods here. Ace King. Martin with Ace 7. The Bulgarian super short last night. Came back, he rallied late. It is ace here, but it's of no value to him. It's the 7 that he needs to connect with. He does have runner for a straight. Now there is chop pop potential. Another 3 for a chop. But the King on the river giving 2 pair to Psycho 98, who eliminates Martin. Martin busts out in 24th place, 23 remain. All 23 players now guaranteed 4 figures. That's the state of play. Still the big stack on this table. Overall tournament leader, the Romanian Paul Kovaciu, 2.8 million, and then a big gap then to Marius Moldovanu and Psycho, both sitting on 28 big blinds. Then it's Zitki Sari who's sitting on 20, and all the rest of the players are sub 20 big blinds. Blind level here is 25k, 50k. The clock is, I believe it's a 40-minute clock. Just been informed about another promo. 5% discount as well as free shipping to Germany as a special promotion. Particularly aimed at our German viewers, but anyone can take advantage. 5% discount for everybody. No discrimination here at King's. However, we will give free shipping to the orders based in Germany. So go to kings.shop. Really cool stuff. I'm loving some of the apparel there. The clothing line is fabulous, it really is. And they have some real decent gifts, etc. Poker stuff. Now, nice situation here. Kovaciu with the big slick in the cutoff. And his fellow countryman in the big blind. 26 bigs behind. Marius Moldovanu. King 5 off. Versus the cutoff open from the chip leader. Marius might turn this into a 3-bet, you know. I'd be tempted. I really would. But it looks like he's opted to flat call the 110 cut-off raise from the chip leader. Marius doesn't want to hit his king, that's for sure. Well, Kovaciu has smashed this. He smashed it so hard he could check back. Disguise his hand, try and extract something on later streets, but he's just going to play it straightforward and continue with a pretty small sizing, I guess about 100, well, it's super small, 60,000. And I mean, it's a real tempter. Now, a king will be a disaster, but the queen, think now that Marius will get away quite easily. Kovacic, start sizing up a little bit. 250 it looks like. That's 200 exactly. These greens are 25s, 825s, 200k. And Marius takes a little bit of a dent, brings him down to 1.2 million, 24 bigs, and 3 million in the stack of the chip leader, who you can see there in the center of your screen. Familiar face on our live streams. Paul Kovacic, C3, empty seat opposite the dealer. We had the Bulgarian player bust out, Martin Georgiev. But still 23 in the mix. We will pause the clock. Went down to 16. This is Ivica. I understand from Croatia. With the goods here, the bullets, fold it right around to Daniel, who folds in the cutoff. Marius folds in the small blind, just the big blind, which is the Psycho 98. He'll defend with the King Jack offsuit, puts in the additional 60. Well, the Psycho has absolutely smashed this. There's going to be a ton of money going in here. Psycho with top pair in the gut shot. Could check raise here, Psycho. Psycho opted to just check call. 10 on the turn, so it's gone check, check. 5 in the river. Psycho is going to go for value, has to go for value here. Wow, this is so passive. I'm really surprised, but it's pretty good play from Psycho, to be honest, who's very suspicious of, well, aces, I guess. He's blocking other King X hands, so he's just going to check call this 120. Why would he not? Of course he is. Went check, check and turn, so not really concerned about a 10. There's only a couple of hands that beat him. King, Queen, Ace, King, Aces. Well, I would have lost a ton of money there if I was in this seat. This would have been the beneficiary. Seat 1. Ivica. Croatian now, based in Germany. Pretty sizable pot. It brings him up to 1.2 million. Psycho down to 1.1 million. So the clock is 45 minutes on this final day here. 45-minute clock. Marius Moldovanou, 1.2 million in a stack, 5-4 on the button. Folded around to him, so he's going to raise. He gets Psycho to fold the King 7 and Zitki in the big blind with sub 20 bigs. Looks down at Jack 9. He'll put in the additional 60 to call. Raise was 110,000. We're going to go to see a flop. Close to 300k in the pot. Zitki first to speak. He's missed. And Marius, who's raised very light, has made second pair with the backdoor straight draw possibility. There's the continuation. Zitki with the 2 overs. He calls and now he picks up an open ender. Zitki checks. You'll probably see a check back here from Marius. But no, Marius doesn't do checks. He's going to fire again. He's actually in the lead. But he's going to get called because Zitki floated on the flop with the 2 overs and now he's picked up that open ender and his 2 overs are good also. And if he's against a hand like Ace 8, Ace 10, well, hitting the Jack or 9 would be golden. This is really interesting because now Zitki, who's check called flop turn, has missed and now fires. So this is a pretty horrible spot for Marius. He does beat a busted flush draw. Busted straight draw. Really interesting. That's about it. Zitki, big moment in his tournament, huge moment. Marius Moldovanou, massive decision. He's in the lead. It's difficult though. He's just beating a busted draw. That's about it. Beating a bluff. In fact, there's a couple of bluffs that are ahead of him. This is an incredible call from Moldovanou. Absolutely incredible. 2 clubs, I believe, helped him make that call. This is pretty tough for Zitki to take. That's super strength. It really is. That's real strength of character from the Romanian Marius Moldovanou. And it leaves Zitki Sari, the Austrian, it leaves him in pretty desperate shape. Sub 300k and the blinds at 25-50k. So it leaves him with about 6 bigs and just about 15 minutes left in this blind level. Paul Kovacic opens. King 9 off. Daniel just has to fold the Queen 10 suited. Nothing he can do here, just fold. Marius. Wow, this guy is strong. Comes across as very ambitious. He looks hungry. I'll be honest, he looks up to the task. Avikia. In the big blind, pocket sevens. I think it's a straightforward call here in the big blind. Now everyone's missed, but Powell, I think, can win this. He's the pre-flop raiser. This ace should be connecting with his range more so than his opponents. A lot of aces that would have 3-bet in Marius's seat. Now, pocket eights. Very sticky, this guy. Moldovanu, but he doesn't like the situation. He decides to fold pocket eights. And a check call from the player in the big blind with pocket sevens. Now, 5 on the turn. I mean, this is really, this card favors the Croatian Ivica. There's not many twos that the pre-flop raiser would have in his range. What twos would he raise with? Well, ace 2 suited perhaps, but it's more likely the player in the big blind to have a 2 in his range, and 5 on the river. Ivica trying to get to showdown here with his sevens. Powell's trying to figure out a way to win this. He's trying to figure out what hand would call flop, check turn, and check river here, that he can move. His opponent off, and I think this will work, you know, depending on the sizing. I think an ace would reasonably check back that turn, given that there's 4 cards to the straight, and when check 2 on the river, would bet for value here. So the story is making sense. And really now it's down to Ivica's perception of Kovacic. Because all he's beating is a bluff. Counts out 350, looks down at his hand again. Not really worried about the deuces. The ace that's of concern. A typical way an ace would be played. That's what Ivica is thinking. Raise pre, bet flop, check back turn. Now going for value, so I think he's believing the story. Gives up the sevens. Well, that is a significant pot, it really is. Close to $1 million in that pot. Kovacic just figuring out a way to win that. 3.4 million. Still the overall tournament chip leader. He's going to be super dangerous, this guy, as it progresses. Zitke in pretty desperate shape. Sub 6 bigs. $23 still remain. All these players have locked up 1K. Zitke moves in on the button when folded around to him. Does have an ace in his hand, and it's pretty standard shove here. Ace 5. Giulio Colazzo, the Italian, can't do anything. He folds. The chip values in play. We have the 5Ks, which are the oranges. Greens are 25K. And the blue chips are the bounty chips. You'll see players with one bounty chip in front of them. They'll have to hand over to the player that busts them out. Now, Giulio in the small blind, he'll have to generate something pretty soon. Blind's due to go up to 30-60 in a matter of moments. He limps here with the 9-6 and the big stack. With 3.3 million behind, just moves the chips towards the dealer to indicate his decision is a check back. 7-7-10, good shot for Giulio Colazzo, the Italian. Some really intricate artwork on his left arm. Fires. Nothing really Kovacic can do here. Just let go of the 8 deuce. He hit his 8, it would have given a straight. Now, this is what I was speaking about earlier. Super offer. Particularly for the German viewers, but for all our viewers, there's a 5% discount. King Shop online and free delivery to all addresses in Germany. Now, short stack. Well, this is a welcome sight to look down at Cowboys. He decides to put it all in, and problem I have with that is he might force out hands like this. Who may have 3-bet all in over a min raise. Having said that, Giulio is probably thinking there's no chance that Zitke would do this with a premium, but in fact we can see he has. Giulio with the 6s. Big decision here. The Italian in the tank. and he avoids disaster. He folds the sixes. Kovacic can't be considering a call here. Daniel has to fold the queen four suited. I think we've just seen a disbenefit of ripping here with the premium pair. There's some hands you want to get action from that will fold to a rip, but may 3-bet to a min raise. Having said that, Zitsky is back up to 10 bigs. So in a lot better shape now after ripping all in a few times, taking down the blinds and ante. Marius getting a walk, you'll take that. Just to let you know about our special online promotion for the King's shop, you do need a code, and the code is STREAMS. STREAMS, all capital letters, STREAMS. It's for our viewers who watch the live streams, hence the code. And the promo is 5% discount plus free shipping to anywhere in Germany. So super offer. Now suited ace for Marius Moldovanu in the small blind. Makes it 130 and Psycho. Nine 4 off, lets that one go. Marius Moldovanu, 2 million in a stack. 40 bigs. Having said that, the blind level is due to increase pretty soon. Another bust out on the outer tables, I've been told, so we're down to 22 players. Average stack 1.2 million. And Julio Collazo folds, Powell folds, Daniel with the nut low gets out of the way, and this is the second in chips, I believe, on this table. It's Romania 1 and 2. Psycho, small blind, suited king, nice move, has to do it. Let's rip. Zitki folds and Psycho takes down the pot. Took a big hit, Psycho. King Jack in the big blind, and he defended flop top pair. Good shot. He was up against the aces. Now, Marius in the cutoff. I'd expect him to open here. Chip leader is folded. 10-8 of diamonds. He's playing a little bit nitty. this table. Well, we're going to find out all about it now because Psycho on the button looks down at ace 10. Well, you would expect a 3-bet versus a cut-off open from an aggressive player. But Psycho decides to let go his ace 10. Now, Ivichka. With ace 7 in the big blind position. So we're going to see a flop. Marius connects top pair, but Ivichka, I think, will be sticking about the gut shot. So check call. Queen on the turn. Ivichka is going to be checking. And from what we've seen of Marius, he'll be continuing again. This guy is relentless. And for me, he's stood out among these players on this feature table. Fires again near the turn, I think. Ivichka will let this one go. Ivichka folds the a7, and Marius gets a stack to 2.2 million, 44 bigs. But as mentioned, we will be going to a new blind level in just a couple of minutes. It's a 45-minute clock. Now, Paul Kovacic with the sevens. 110,000. This is Daniel Menger here. Suited ace. 16 bigs. Marius will just fold the queen 10 off. Too many players still to act. Too difficult a position versus the chip leader. 7 deuces pinned, and Zitki, the short stack on the button, will fold the king 5. Just the players in the blinds, the Croatian Ivichka, who picks up a very playable hand, small blind, ace jack. I haven't seen him 3-bet, but we do now. Oh wow, unbelievable situation for the Italian. Under the gun open, 3-bet rip, and he looks down at the bullets, and Kovacic does not have a decision here. This is pretty straightforward fold for Paul Kovacic. It's just way too much interest. And you don't want to put your money in with sevens in a multi-way all-in pot. It's just not feasible. You're in good shape. Best case scenario, you've like 3 or 4 overs to avoid. So Paul will be folding. Of course he will be. There's no doubt in my mind. Sevens will go into the bin here. And unfortunately for Ivichka, he's run into it. It's brutal. What a great situation for the Italian. Under the gun open, and then a 3-bet rip all in on the small blind. The Italian is sitting in the big blind and he looks down at aces. So it's gonna pretty much double up here, even though he's a bigger stack than Ivichka because he got that bonus money from the big stack. Now, good shot. Ivichka. 10 ball, corner pocket, can he do it? 6 on the turn. 3 10s in the deck. And that is, I mean, that really sums up tournament poker. You play for 3 days. Put your heart and soul into it. You get into a super situation. Fantastic setup. Get the money over the line. You have your opponent absolutely crushed. He's drawing dead to a good shot and he hits it. I mean, it don't get much worse. It really doesn't. Late in a tournament, deep, day 3, 20 odd players left, 40k up top. You've really got a feel for the Italian, Giulio Colazzo. But I tell you, Ivichka will take it. No problem to him. And it leaves Giulio with just one big blind. Paul Kovacic, of course, lost a couple of chips, just a couple of blinds to be honest. Hasn't even dented a stack. He's still firmly perched on top of that chip count leaderboard. Average 1.2 million. 2 short stacks on this table. One of them desperately short, pretty much all in here. Of course he's all in. He's posted small blind, so he's going to be putting his money in blind. Paul Kovacic in the big blind, snap calls, but he does have a hand A7 suited. Giulio all in with the king 6. It's a brutal situation for the Italian. Could have been so different. Could have been sitting on 1.5 million. Good shot. 10 for a straight. King is good. 6 is good. Ten for the straight. Straight to the king. 9, 10, jack, queen, and king in his hand. So he'll get a double and a bit. He's entitled to the ante as well. So now he's up to 200k. He's tripled his money. Zitke also short. New blind level here, 30,000, 60,000. So still 6 bigs in his stack. As a suited ace, so he's going to move in. Ivichka. Wow. He's in the cutoff. I'll be calling here. But it's not that straightforward. Does have the button on the blinds button, not concerned about. He just has a couple of bigs in his stack. What's the big stack chip leader in the small blind? That's a real cause for concern. But he's counting out the 385,000. Zitke obviously just hating this situation. He's looking for a fast fold. Here's the call, it looks like, from Ivichka. Giulio folds and the chip leader out of the way. Big blind is Daniel, who's now down to 11 bigs behind. bad situation for Zitki. He's dominated, still 33%. Can hit a 2, can hit diamonds, can hit a straight. Well, it's pretty much over now. Top 2 for Ivichka. So a deuce no good. Well, good shot. 5 ball. Will work to give him a wheel. And you can see Ivichka kind of laughing because that's what he hit. 3 outs on the river, and it's incredible. It's happened to him. But of course, completely different circumstances. This is not even going to hurt him. It is a dint, 385k. Still leaves him with well over $1 million. Zitki, up to 920k. And you can see the smile on the face of the Croatian. This is poker. Wow, what a turnaround for this guy. Massive bluff on the river, which I felt would work against the Romanian Moldovanu. And Marius Moldovanu, well, he figured it out, made a tremendous call, and he left the Zitki Sari with just 5 or 6 bigs. Now, Psycho under the gun with a suited ace, 20 left in the field. You can see top right hand side, the average stack now 1.3 million. Psycho folds. Zitki back in business. Back to where he started, same stack size he started this feature table with. Ivichka.
One raise, 135.
With the ace queen.
3 pass, 4 pass.
Defend here from Marius with 8-7 in the big blind. Open ender for Marius Moldovanu. Goes check, check. Pair now to go along with his straight draw.
6 bet, 135.
Ivichka folds, and Marius 2.4 million, 19 left, top right, showing the field size. So 1.4 million now, the average stack, and it really is pretty fast and furious. We've just played an hour, and already we've had 5 bust outs. I spoke too soon. 18 left. Ivichka with the Queen Jack suited. It's going to open again.
One raise. 135, 2 pass, 3 pass, 4 pass.
Marius in the small blind. For viewers that have just recently tuned in, this is the German Championship of Poker Festival, and this is one of several events. This is the No Limit Hold'em Bounty Hunter event. So you can see these blue chips. See one there on top of Marius's stack. This is bounty chip. Each bounty is worth €100. You get one every time you bust a player. Now, flush draw for Ivichka. Marius has none of this. No heart in his hand. I expect him just to check fold here. So change of dealer, and you can see we're moving the player in seat number 8, which is Zitke. You can see the TD just balancing the tables. That means 6 players on each table, 6 on our feature table and 6 on both the outer tables. Just 18 players, average stack about 1.5 million. Now short stack all in. This is Giulio Colazzo, the Italian. Moves in for 200k, which is just 3 1/3 bigs. Marius folds the ace-5 and the button as expected. He's in the blinds there, he calls. Psycho might be tempted. 200k with Queen Jack. Looks like he's going to take a punt here. Now he's not closing the action. There's still the Croatian player Ivichka. 140 to call. Big price. Getting 4-1, but he decides to fold. And the ace-10 for Giulio in the lead. We did see a queen folded, so Giulio Colazzo in good shape. He's just explaining to his friend how brutal he's run since the start. But this is tremendous flop. Psycho drawing dead to run a runner. Well, don't speak too soon. Flush draw. I mean, this would just be so typical if... No. Psycho misses the diamonds. Giulio does get a double, in fact. 2.5x is his stack. You can see the promo we're doing for the live stream today. Go to the King shop, you get 5% discount and no shipping costs to anywhere in Germany. Put in the code STREAMS, STREAMS. Italian. Can afford a little bit of a smile. He's gone from 60,000 to 560, so he's 10x his stack, but he's still short. But who knows? Everything is possible. $18 players left in the mix. That's third big stack. Paul Kovacic. This is Daniel with 11 bigs in the hijack, and he decides to let rip with the A7. Fold it right around to seat number 1, which is Ivichka. He folds, but wow. Nice. Big blind, short stacked. Julio Calazzo looks down at a pair of Johns, the hooks. Oh boy, what is going on? I mean, this is just brutal. Hearts recovered, Jack and Jack only. Can he hit it on the river? Oh, wow, that is tough. Grabs his stuff, just, I mean, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Here's the bounty chip that Daniel will win for busting out the Italian, who's just run really bad. I mean, it's brutal how bad he's run. Aces versus Ace Jack, and Jack's no good against Ace 7, and there he is on the phone to his girlfriend just to say that he'd be home early tonight. Does receive 1,160, but I mean, he's going to be bitterly disappointed. 17 players left in the mix. You're watching the German Championship of Poker. It's the Bounty Hunter event, and there's been a lot of blood spilled so far today. Just a level and a half being played, and 7 bust outs. We'll do a redraw at 16 players. So just one more player to be eliminated before we pause the clock. See the average stack there, 1.575. Coverchew, 10-5 of clubs. Oh, big moment here for Daniel, 1.1. Got lucky against the Italian, and now he looks down. Blind v blind. Big slick, surely he raises here. Could check back to disguise his hand, but you've got to charge your opponent, haven't you, to see a flop. And there it is, 175 it looks like. So close to a 3x size raise, blind v blind. Coverchew is suited. Would love to see a flop, but I think the sensible course of action would be just to get rid of his cards at this stage. Pointless paying premium price to peel a flop with 10-5. Button moves. Chip leader there in the white t-shirt. The Romanian Pavel Coverchew. Right hand side of your screen. Well, that is Daniel Menger, the German, and Psycho folding. This is Vichka in the cut-off folding. Coverchew on the button, folded around to him. Could open here, but he decides just a little bit too weak to open. I'm surprised the Jack 7 snap folded. It's all pretty good for Marius Moldovanu, who's getting a walk with the 9-7 off. 5 players on our feature table. And then we have 2 other tables in play with 6 players on each of these outer tables. So that leaves us with 17 players. Vichka, pocket 7s. He's going to be opening with the 7s under the gun. Vichka's had a roller coaster ride, really. Been involved in so much, but he's picked up a lot of decent hands. Well, there's going to be a clash. Kovacic, big slick suited, will be 3-betting here, I expect. We're going to see 350 to 400k. Oh, wowzer. Hello. Bingo. Monster. Daniel looking down at King Kong. Under the gun open, 3-bet from Kovacic. And now we're going to see a cold 4-bet, I expect, from Daniel Menger. Don't think he wants to mess around with this. Doesn't want to be playing kings multi-way. Flat call here would probably induce Savichka into the pot. So I expect a cold 4-bet, and that's exactly what's happened. 7s will go into the bin, but I expect Kovacic to be calling this cold 4-bet rip. I think it's straightforward for Ivichka. I think the game's up here with the 7s not performing well versus all this action. He looks like he wants to get stubborn, but I expect him just to let this go. Pocket 7s. It's cost him 135k. But he's got $1 million behind. Well, I'll be just gobsmacked if he goes with this. Oh, pardon me. The graphic is reading that Daniel has just flat called. Well, that's a different situation. I expected Daniel to 4-bet there. I thought he announced all in. So this is I completely get this call. This is super standard with the 7s. This is remarkable that Daniel has just flatted here with the 7s, and boy, there you go. Brutal. Absolutely horrible. Now, Kovacic. Top pair, max kicker, 3-way pot that's been 3-betted pre. 1.2 million out there. I think he has to continue. He'll go 3 or 400k here. And the problem for Daniel, well, it's a huge problem. Massive, 285. I love the sizing from Kovacic. It's like 17-18% of the pot. And it's going to get a call from Daniel, who's invested more than half a stack into this pot already. Two of spades. Well, king of spades now no good. So Daniel Menger, well, king of spades will give him a full boat. What am I talking about? And the king of spades is in the hand of Paul, so forget what I'm talking about, please. Kovacic moves in, and Daniel with just one out. King of clubs. What a hand. Slow played the kings. don't think it goes any other way, because I think Kovacic goes with the ace-king suited pre. When the cold, if the cold four bet came in, I think Powell Kovacic still calls off. We're going to have a break. Back with two tables. We're back in 20 minutes. Do join us for this German Championship of Poker Bounty Hunter event.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to King's Resort. Final two tables. This is the German Championship of Poker. And the advertisement in the background is for the main event, which kicks off later this week. But right now we are featuring the No Limit Hold'em Bounty Hunter event, which had 893 players. And big stack on this table is the overall tournament leader, Paul Kovacic, but this is Kamenko, who we featured yesterday. Kamenko from Slovenia folds, and Psycho folds. Ionut from Romania. Loads of Romanians still left in the mix. There's in fact 3 on this table, and a good indication of the state of poker in this territory. Some real successful players over the last number of years have come from Romania, and right now this is the tournament leader, is Paul Kovacic. And it looks like he's just limped. Wow. With the jacks. Looking to get action. Disguising his hand. Zidke not putting Kovacic on anything near as strong as Jackson. Well, there's going to be a lot of money shoveled in here. Kovacic checks, and Zidke has smashed this. Top pair, good shot, but he's a 2-1 dog here, and we may see Kovacic check raise. This limp pre has worked perfectly. Zidke all over this flop. And look at that, a snap call with the top pair and the good shot. Paul Kovacic with the jacks. Check raising on the 6-4-3 board, and Zidke snapped him off. Why would he not? 10 is no good. Zidke needs to hit a 7-6 or a 5 for a straight. Trip draw, 2-pair draw. Good shot. Doesn't happen. A limp pre worked perfectly. Maximum returns for Paul Kovacic. If he raises there, pre 7-6 probably goes into the dustbin. Decided to limp, disguised the value of his hand, and well, it worked out perfectly. The Romanian now with a monstrous stack. Now, another Romanian here, Marin. Pocket eights for the Romanian, making it 1-2-5, and Victor 3-bets. Well, sorry, Victor does 3-bet with 9-8 suited. Kamenko in the big blind, he'll be letting go of the 8-deuce offsuit. Interesting hand choice to 3-bet. Looks like it got the job done, and Marin has folded. Look at the stack size, 5.2 million. That's incredible, really, for Paul Kovacic. Now, so let's rip here with the King Jack and Powell in a tough spot here. King 9. Kovacic didn't like it. I expect King 10 there, he calls. Queen Jack, he calls. Just King 9, just that little bit too weak. Kamenko on the button here should be opening with the Queen 7 suited.
Free race, 130.
Makes it 130,000. Unit Stukita in the big blind here with the Jack 4. Doesn't look very appealing. The Jack 4 off, he decides to fold. Kamenko takes down the pot. Victor folds, Martin Lederer folds. This is the chip leader, Paul Kovacic. And now Kamenko with a suited ace and the cutoff. I expect he will open once again, 1.4 million. So the 130 raise and the cutoff from Kamenko and Cisco folds. This is Unit Stukita in the small blind, but we're just not getting the graphics to read his cards. We are now the King Queen for the Romanian. Unit Stukita. 3-bet rips all in, and decision time for Kamenko, who asks for a call on the exact raise size. Wants the dealer to do a count.
830,000.
So, unit Stukita, all in here, 3-bet all in with the King Queen. And that's the benefit there you see of 3-bet ripping. You're getting a hand you're behind to fold. Kamenko didn't like the situation he was in. Too often he figured he's crushed there. Folds to the Romanian. Unit Stukita takes down the pot, gets a stack up close to $1 million. On the button now, and posting blinds is Marin Fiaru, and the Portuguese player you see in the centre of your screen there, Victor Hugo. Rebello Martin here on the right of the screen, under the gun. He's going to fold the 10-8, I expect, and this is the chip leader, Paul Kovacic. 5.2 million, what a stack, with just 14 players left in the mix. We had a bust out early on this feature table. Zitki Sari, top pair and a good shot, no good against the over pair, he went bust. We had another bust out in the outer table, so we're down to 14 players. Average stack about 1.9 million. This is Marin Fiaru with the ace-10 in the small blind versus a raise from the chip leader, and Victor here with a suited ace in the big blind. Seen him 3-bet. With the 8-9 of diamonds, he decides just to put in the additional 65k. We're going to see a flop. Blinds versus the pre-flop raiser, Kovacic. And that's pretty strong flop for Marin, who's flopped a pair. Nut flush draw. Victor has missed. Paul Kovacic with none of this. Check to him, he checks back. And now a wheel draw for Paul Kovacic. Marin deciding to value bet his hand. 10's good, and does have the draw to the nuts with that ace of spades in his hand. He's not going to get any action. Both Victor and the chip leader, Paul Kovacic, fold, and Marin scoops the pot, takes a stack to 1.5 million. Just to let viewers know, we have an interesting promotion with the King Shop once again. So we're doing a 5% across the board discount, everyone, open to everyone. Log on to the King Shop at your fancy. If you purchase, put in the code STREAMS, STREAMS. You'll get the 5%. And if the product's been shipped to Germany, it's shipping free of charge. Now, chip leader raises with the King-9 suited, the short stack folds the 5s. Unit Stukita with the ace-5 folds, and Marin folds. Victor in the small blind with the 9-3 of clubs. He'll get out of the way, and just the German player Martin Lederer who decides to let rip here with the ace-10 suited. And Powell folds. 2 tables left. All of these players guaranteed close to €1,500. It's 40,000 for first place. That 40,000 does include the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. It's actually 39,550 to be precise. And of that, there's a 10,350 seat to the World Series of Poker Europe. And I was speaking about that festival yesterday. It's expected to be one of the biggest events outside Vegas for 2022. It's 15 gold bracelets will be awarded, World Series of Poker gold bracelets, and the top 4 players for this particular event will be awarded seats to that day 1A. Martin Lederer here in the small blind, and he 3-bet shoved on the chip leader last hand, and now both these guys blind and blind. Martin raising in the small blind, and Kovacic calls and he hits. Kovacic running pretty good. Hits a pair, goes ahead. So Martin's going to continue, but Kovacic not going anywhere. Powell, Kovacic defending with the 10-6 off. Hits second pair. Pretty straightforward call here. Blinds 30-60. Well, that is relief for Lederer. Nice check. If he did check, I don't think he did. Well, there is the check. That's a nice check. Disguising his hand. Powell, Kovacic considering a value bet. He thinks he's ahead here probably.
1 bet. 65,000.
Martin Lederer. Well, I mean, he very confident. He got there into the turn, he check calls. Now we go to the river. Powell with the 2-pair draw and trip draw. He misses. Lederer still in the lead now. Does he value bet? That's the question. There's 690k in the pot. It's an interesting one. What calls him that he's ahead of? Not much, to be honest. So I'm not really loving this all-in rip. Well, weaker aces, I guess, call him. There's not much else. Powell is considering calling here with a 6. You see, that 10 is a key card. It's a blocker to the nuts. So that's why Paul is suspicious of this rip. It's less likely his opponent has the nuts if he has a card in his hand, such as the 10, with the nuts being 8-10 on this board. I don't think he's going to be calling here. 780. Fourth pair. Martin Lederer. Gets a stack up to 1.5 million, which is a about average stack here with 14 left. And it looks like the blinds are up. Now, queens. Stukita. Pocket queens. Oh, this is pretty unusual, isn't it? Just let's rip for close to 20 bigs. Martin on the button with ace 10, and this is the kind of hand that may have 3-bet him if he opened with the queens. I mean, it's very difficult to get action from a hand you're beating. Well, there's no hand really. I mean, jacks even have a tough decision calling there. I think they do call jacks, ace king. Besides that, if you hear the word call, well, you've run into it. See the graphic there showing a nice bonus for anyone who wants to buy from our King's shop. Some top quality gear there. You'll get a 5% discount, plus you'll get free shipping if you're in the territory of Germany. This is the scoreboard. Kovacic 4.5 million, Marin 25 bigs, Victor 25 bigs, Martin on 18 bigs, and Stukita 16 big blinds, Kamenko 13 bigs, and Zico, I'm calling him, the short stack on 8 big blinds. It's the Bounty Hunter event. It's the German Championship of Poker. We just have 14 players left, and the average stack is actually 1.9 million. Kovacic on the button with the 10-4 diamonds. Kamenko, small blind position, ace deuce, and he's got the short stack with 8 bigs in the big blind position, so Kamenko just puts them all in. Big blind, Stukita, under the gun, Marin. That's the chip leader folding the 7-3. Kamenko on the button with the king 4. Kamenko considering his options here. King 4 on the button. So Stukita and the big blind with the 10-7. decides to let it go, and Kamenko is getting his own way here. Kamenko. 200k out there pre, with the blinds now at 40k, 80k. Martin with Big Slick makes it 175, and we're going to see a clash here. Short stack on the button, he's going to move his chips in. Pocket eights, he's going to get snapped off. And we're going to see a straight race. Pocket pair versus 2 overs. Martin, well, I mean, 63%. What that tells me, there's no aces or kings being folded. And perhaps one of the eights was Martin, Lederer, Big Slick. He does need to hit. Three, 4, 4. No good. The 3 aces and 3 kings are indeed out there. 10 of spades. No player with a spade in their hand. Ace or king for Martin Lederer. Doesn't happen. The short stack doubles. And Martin pays the price. Leaves himself super short. There's your chip count graphic, and it shows now Martin is the short stack, 11 bigs. Ionut Stukita, 13 bigs. And the short stack just doubled. It's Sitko with 15 bigs, Kamenko 17 bigs, Victor with 22 bigs, and the other 2 Romanians, Paul Kovaciu and Marin Ferrero. On top of that graphic, of course, Paul has a monster stack, 4.5 million, with the average stack less than 2 million. Also running in the resort today is the mini main event. It's a 500 buy-in, and there's 100k guaranteed. So loads of opportunities to play that event today, tomorrow. And then on Wednesday we start the main event proper, which is 1,000 buy-in. And the guarantee for the main event is 500,000. It's the German Championship of Poker main event. 500k is the guarantee, and that kicks off, well, it's actually Thursday 1A for that event. There's the high roller, which is 2k buy-in with 100k guaranteed. That's on Wednesday. But we're going to be sticking here with the Bounty Hunter Just 13 players left. You can see top right there, 2 million is the average stack. Marin Ferraru versus Victor Hugo Ravello. Both players with a pair. Victor in the lead, second pair. Marin with bottom pair. Blind v blind. It's gone check, check. Surprised. Victor didn't go for a value bet there. Victor will be awarded the pot. What moves next hand? We're going to be streaming the main event next week. That's the 500k guaranteed, 1,000 buy-in. And the final table is actually on the Tuesday. Ionut Stukita in the cutoff with the tens. Big blind 80,000. Well, we've seen him rip with the queens, so probably do the same here with the tens. Given the blinds have increased, I don't mind it so much. And his hand. A couple of pips lower. So he's not as interested in getting action with the tens. This all-in rip gets the job done. He gets 200k profit. So under the gun +1, ace queen for Psycho, 98. He makes it 180. It's folded around to Victor, who likes this 9-8 suited hand. Seen him 3-bet before with it. But this looks really strong. This early position raise from someone playing pretty snug. Victor decides just to flat call, and now Martin, who is the short stack, he's sub 10 bigs, he's going to let rip. Well, this is incredible really, isn't it? Ace, king for Paul Kovacic, who's got everybody covered here. So 3-bet all in from Martin Lederer. I think Kovacic just 4-bet. Cold 4-bet here. Isolate the short stack. And there is the cold 4-bet from the chip leader. Tough spot. Zyko. Ace Queen. I think he gets away. Victor obviously will snap fold the 9-8, and unfortunately for Martin, not in great shape. King no good, but he does have any of the jacks, and they're all live. Diamonds are good. There's a straight possibility. Big slick for the big chip leader. Wow. What a flop. Trips for Martin. And he goes from the underdog to the firm favourite. And now Kovacic drawing slim. Well, this helps the Queen because he picks up more outs. 10 would work now. Doesn't happen. Martin Lederer with the King Jack doubles through the chip leader. Paul Kovacic. Big pot. So he's close to tripled up. Martin Lederer. We had under the gun open, we had a flat from Hugo, then he rips. Then the call 4-bet from the big stack. So he put in 750 and he gets back 2 million. But moves. Martin Lederer, 2 million. Which is pretty much average with 13 left. Unit folds, Marin folds, Victor 1.7 million in a stack. He folds, and now the big stack is Kovacic, King Queen in the small blind. Moves in, Kamenko will just be folding this Queen 6. Blind still 40,000, 80,000. So first place is close to 40,000. It's 39,600. Part of that payout is the World Series of Poker main event seat later in the year, end of October. Now Marin with Big Slick makes it 175, and it's folded around to Kamenko. Kamenko's going to be going with this, I'm sure he will. Pocket tens just too strong to fold. He won't be just flat calling, I don't think. that prices in Psycho in the big blind. And then he's playing the tens out of position post flop. So all in, I think, is the move, and it is, because the dealer puts that triangle in front of him. An ace going into the dustbin is not good for Marin, who snap calls with the ace king, one of his outs in the muck. We've seen this so often. The pair versus 2 overs, classic hold'em race. Kamenko with the tens, he has an advantage. 57% equity versus 43% for the Romanian Marin Ferraru. Marin has Kamenko covered. Well, it's not often in this game you're drawing dead on the flop. That's the situation for Marin Ferraru. I mean, there's just no sweat. Kamenko from Slovenia. Flop squads, end of story, gets his double, brings him up to 2.7 million. This guy will be dangerous with a stack. He is experienced, believe me. Got a lot of quality, Kamenko. He's won a massive flip. Told there's some action on the outer table also. Looks like we're down to 12 players. Kamenko, 2.7 million, 33 bigs, brings him up to second in chips, and it leaves Marin just with 410,000. 5 big blinds. He's in desperate shape. Kovacic opening on the cutoff position. King 6. Kamenko now. Different situation now with 2.7 million in a stack, but we're going to see all in shove here with the jacks. I don't think there's going to be any takers. I think we're going to see a fast fold from Kovacic, and you can see the TD moving one of the players here from the feature table, which has 7 players, outer table with just 5. So the TD is going to balance. Take the next big blind, which is Victor, maybe. No, it is Marin. So we lose Marin Ferraru. He's the short stack actually after losing that massive flip. It goes over to the outer table, and we're down to 6 on this feature table. 6 on the outer table, 12 players. All these players guaranteed 1,625. Kamenko cut off. Zico folds. Unit Stukita. Small blind, 4-2 off, not interested. Folds and Victor gets a walk. Suited king. Takes down the blinds and ante. 40,000, 80,000 now. Will be posted by Victor and Martin Lederer, who you see there in the very right of your screen. Playing about 2 million. He's going to post 80k. Big blind, 80k ante. Twelve players remain. 4 of these players will be awarded that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, valued at 10,350. Average stack 2.2. This is the chip leader, Paul Kovacic, but it's a different story now. He had 5.5 million. Now just 3.7. This is Kovacic opening with the ace 10. It looks like it's going to get through. Martin folds the king 5 in the big blind. Paul Kovacic, 3.8 million, average 2.2. 12 remain. And I'm told there's some action on the outer table. Well, we did see Marin, who was very short, stacked. We did see him being moved over there. And you can see the field size there. 11 players left. Average 2.4 million. Kamenko under the gun. Pocket pair not interested. Unit suited ace. I'd be playing this. He might just let rip here, and he does. Ace 5 suited all in. Don't blame him. That ace blocking so many premiums, but Kovacic is going to be calling this chip leader ace jack, and he does call. I like the way Kovacic just very clear-minded there. Knew exactly what was going on. Makes the call, and it's Romania versus Romania. Unit Stukita, all in for his tournament life. Now, he has the backdoors, backdoor hearts, backdoor straight possibility. That ace no good to him. Connects with Kovacic also. Now there is chop pop potential, queen or king for the chop. 8, of course, would have given a chop also. Deuce on the river. Elimination. Unit Stukita busting out in 11th place. He does get 2k. And it looks like we're going to be pausing the clock. Another bust out. 5 on this table. It looks like we're down to 4 on the outer table. Sounds like there was a lot of action there. And that means we're down to the final table. 9 players remain. That was fast. Just waiting for confirmation. Yeah. Players will rack their chips. We're going to take a break and come back with the final table in about 15 minutes. Do join us for the rest of this German Championship of Poker Bounty Hunter final day. Final table, in fact, when we return.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
So, final table. Kamenko making it 200k, blinds 40,000 to 80,000. Maximilian Hammer. Puts in the 200k with the King Queen suited, but look at this. Doc Igor, 5.9 million stack. Doc, we featured yesterday. His partner, Summertime Ellie, went very deep in this event. And now Doc looks down at the jacks. Doc is the chip leader on this final table. 3 bets here to 460. Sharvin has made it to the final table. Sharvin, good performance yesterday. Now, action back with Kamenko. Ace, Queen. Doesn't look so powerful now. Once your opponent 3 bets, shoves it back in your face, what do you do with the Ace, Queen? Does have that additional concern of Maximilian Hammer, who flatted the open. So I think I'd be leaning towards a fold here if I'm Kamenko. All of these players now have locked up 2.5k, but the jump's very significant. Wow, he goes, he lets rip with the Ace Queen. It's big move, bold move. May work, you know. This screams of strength. Opens under the gun. Flat call. 3 bet from Doc Igor. And then Kamenko shoves for the lot. A very strong move from Kamenko from Slovenia. Very experienced. Problem Doc has very little he's beaten. Would tens do this? Perhaps. It's probably the only hand I can think of that I'm beating here. Flipping loads of times. Ace Queen suited. Probably feels Ace Queen would fold. It looks Ace King, Queens, Kings, Aces. These are the hands typically that would do this. But of course tens are in there. I think Doc might fold this, you know. Super strength from Kamenko. Doc with a massive stack. Look at the equity. 2-1 favorite, Doc. Never figure this. Kamenko went with it and gets Doc Igor to fold the jacks. Strong move from Kamenko, and that'll work. 3.6 million now. He's third in chips on this final table of the German Championship of Poker Bounty Hunter event. Top stack is Doc Igor, still the chip leader. Paul Kovacic. I mean, there was a bunch of Romanians made it to day 2. I think 4 made it to day 2, and Paul Kovacic, the last Romanian player, he's on 5 million, and now Kamenko 3.6 million. So Maximilian Hammer with the nut low here lets it go. Sharvin folds in the short stack. Seco folds. Now, Kovacic, King Deuce. This is going to be an interesting battle here between Kovacic and Kamenko. Very experienced players. Kamenko with the advantage of position, and he's woke up here with ace queen suited, so I expect a raise here from Kamenko. Powell makes it 240, 3 X's, and here is the re-raise. Looks like 700k. Kovacic will just let this go. Kamenko. Pretty explosive start to this final table. We did earmark this gentleman from yesterday's stream as one to watch. He was short stacked early on in that stream, and then once he got chips, we always fancied him to be a danger, and he's just establishing in himself. That's a key hand, that ace queen versus jacks. Now Maximilian Hammer, 3.6 million, average is 3 million. Blinds 40, 80. Well, again, Doc looks down at ace king. He's going to 3-bet once again. Doc Igor, big slick. Here's the 3-bet. 575, bit more, 675, 535. And Martin Lederer snap folds the king queen suited. Not really ideal for Doc. That king going into the bin.
9 pass, 1 pass.
He needs to hit. I do expect Maximilian Hammer to call this 3-bet. And this is an ace being folded here from Kamenko. Kamenko has no decision here. He should be just snap folding this ace deuce offsuit. Martin Albert folds. So now Max with a decision. Pocket nines versus ace king. Wow. Okay. It's a little tight. Fancy playing these nines. Post flop. Didn't want to put any more money in. Doc Igor takes it down. Back to what he started with. About 5.8 million in a stack. Under the gun here, 9-handed here. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. It's the German Championship of Poker, and this is the Bounty Hunter event. And this is your chip leader, Doc Igor. Now Martin Lederer. There's been quite a few premiums distributed for these opening hands of our final table. Queens for Martin Lederer. Off a 2 million stack, he makes it 200k, 1.8 million stack in fact. Average is 3 million. And it's folded around to Victor Hugo Rebello. We're going to see a clash, because Victor will 3-bet with this ace king, I've no doubt. And both of these guys with the same stack size. I think it all goes in pre. And it's off to the races. That's my prediction. How's your luck? That is the question. Victor Hugo Rebello, big slick, 3-bet incoming. It'll be quite sizable. And Martin Lederer will go with the queens. Could go with it all, he does. Let's rip. Kovacic folding, queen 6. Well, Kamenko will be folding ace jack here. Victor looking to hit an ace or a king. So this is problematic for Victor. One of his cards won't be available. It will be folded. Kamenko taking his time, but again, there's no decision here. Ace jack, no chance he's calling off here. Zero chance. So one thing we found with Kamenko on yesterday's stream, when he had the queens on that ace king king board, blind v blind against the player that defended in the big blind, and it just seemed to go on for ages. Check back, flop, turn. He was always going to fold, just like we felt he'd fold there. And now a king going in the bin. So I mean, and both the queens. Well, it's interesting because if Victor connects, there'll be no queens left for Martin to hit. Martin is favourite though. A bunch of Victor's cards are already folded, but the two queens are in the bin also. Martin Lederer with the queens. Victor Hugo Rebello, big slick, no help for Victor on this flop. Does have the backdoor hearts. It's crazy the amount of aces and kings that have been folded. There's only one ace and one king left in the deck. This is crazy stuff. Ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, doesn't happen. Queens hold. Victor Hugo Rebello, Busto, Martin Lederer, the player with the queens. And he has Victor covered. Victor quickly left the arena. So now we're just going to spread out the players. The seat number 9 will move to seat number 1. That's the short stack. Seco. That chair will be removed. Players will spread out, get a bit of space. Doc 5.9 million, Paul Kovacic 4.6, Kamenko with 3.8, and Martin Lederer now 3.7 million on 3.2 million, which is average stack. 40 bigs is the average stack. Having said that, blinds due to increase any moment, so this 40, 80,000 level will expire, I believe, at the end of this hand. And then we move to the 50, 100k. About 45 million chips in total on this final table. And one player will need to accumulate every one of them. Doc in the big blind with a suited ace. He's going to defend here. Two big stacks are going to be involved in this hand. We're going to see a flop, I expect. We're heads up in the Omaha from the earlier kickoff, the PLO Turbo knockout. Got 68 players were heads up there. Good shot for Doc. 2 overs, backdoor diamonds for Paul Kovacic. Checks back. Well, that will work. 4 in the turn. Don't think we're going to see Kovacic put any more money in this pot. It's too likely his opponent has a connection to that board. And he could be drawing dead. I'm surprised he calls, but given the sizing, I guess. Now, he doesn't want to hit a deuce or an ace. Doc Igor. Well, Doc with a very deceptive check here. Could have been worried about that flush that landed on the river. And he's just gone into check call mode. Doc with just ace high, and he might try and target a 1 pair hand, but he decides just to check back. And Paul Kovacic with the straight. Average stack about 3.3 million. That's your big stack, Doc Igor 6.3. So he's close to double the average. His average stack for 400 play. Incredible story was emerging last night, late in day 2. Doc and his better half were both still alive with like 30 players left. Both still in the tournament. Sunshine Alley then busted out late last night. Doc, though, chipped leader here. Eight remain, and all 8 guaranteed 3k minimum. Of course, they're bounties, which you see the blue chips. You can see them on top there. These blue chips valued at 100 a piece. So, equivalent to €100 for each bounty chip when your player cashes out. That's in addition to their payout, of course. Kamenko, hijack, suited queen. Now, Martin Albert folds Maximilian. Folding on the button, Doc in the small blind. In the big blind is Martin Lederer. Doc makes it 205. Martin with ace 10 makes the call. And Martin with the draw to the straight flush. Doc checks folds on the 6, 7, 8 of spades board. Promo in our King shop. 5% discount on all King's shop products. And free shipping in the territory of Germany. Big stack, Kovacic 4.2 million, King 9 suited. Powell second in chips, he makes it 200k, min raise, blinds 50, 100. Sharvin getting a big price here. Interesting board. Flush draw for Kovacic, Doc has 2 pair. Sharvin is finished with this hand. I think Paul checks. And Doc. I expect him to check back here with 2 pair. Well, it's going to value bet. But what happens when he gets check raised by Jack X? So Sharvin, not sure what's he thinking here. I expect him to be folding, but Kovacic, no chance he's folding. He'll put in the 150. Kovacic checks. Check back as expected from Doc, and now the 10 on the river improves Doc's kicker. Kovacic is going to turn his hand into a bluff. He missed. With that king, key card, King Queen, a hand that would continue on Ace Jack Jack board, a snap fold from Doc. And that's a huge pot for Paul Kovacic. Eight players left on our Bounty Hunter event. 3k min payout now, of course, along with the bounty chips that each player has accumulated, each valued at €100. It's close to 40,000 up top. That's 29,250 cash. Plus that 10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. And that World Series of Poker Europe confirmed for October. Late October. 15 gold bracelets. And of course, the highlight event is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. So dates are October 12th to November 3rd. And 15 gold bracelet events, including the 10K main event, which, believe me, will be absolutely monstrous. Half the field you're watching here, like 4 of the 8 remaining, will be coming back to the resort to play that. And every week there is winners for this main event. So it's been fed every single week. It's going to be a humongous event. 5 million is the guarantee. I'm expecting it to be closer to 10 million than 5 million. Because of course, with so many live qualifiers from these small to medium events, that's going to attract all your sharks, all the pros, all the regs will want to be involved. Then you're going to have a bunch of online winners. Now, Sharvin 3-betting with the King 8 suited. And it gets the King Queen to fold. Martin Lederer 9-10 of diamonds. Well, this 3-bet is quite successful because it's getting the hand that has him crushed to fold, but the hand that he's ahead of to call. But now he goes behind. Martin with the pair. Jack 10 deuce. Sharvin checks. Martin moves in. Interesting. You wonder if Sharvin just continued there after 3-betting and just pulled the trigger. Would it have worked? Probably would have. I think Martin probably lets go second pair. No heart in his hand. 4.6 million Martin Lederer. He's coming to the top, close to the top. Martin, Doc, and Paul Kovacic are the 3 big stacks at this table. Kamenko is pretty deep also. Max on about average. This is Kamenko. You can see the top right showing the average stack at 3.3 million. Maximilian Hammer. King Queen yet again. Suited again. It's going to be opening. 100k is a big blind. Min raise from Max and Doc Igor with the 8-7. Martin Lederer, pocket fives, puts in the 200k, looking to hit his set. Kovacic in the big blind with Queen 7, just costing him 100k. He's getting a massive price. Ace, a deuce, a 9. Everyone's missed. Advantage max. He's going to continue. That ace should favour him. Martin Lederer folds. and Paul Kovacic folds. Max wins his first pot. This Bounty Hunter final table. Blind v blind. Powell Kovacic versus Kamenko. Powell makes it 275 with the King Queen. Kamenko just passes the big blind over to him. 100k for the big blind. He'll get the ante also. Eight remain. 4 will be awarded that World Series of Poker Europe schedule already out. Go to kingsresort.com, but the highlights basically of that festival are 15 gold bracelets, and the flagship event is the 10k WSOP Europe main event. A load of other, there's PLO, there's the 50k high roller. There's loads of stuff happening there for that 3-week festival. Last 2 weeks in October, goes into the start of November. So later this week, we have the German Championship of Poker main event. That's 1,000 buy-in. Guarantee is 500k. Really good structure for that main event. The blinds are, well, it's a 60-minute clock on day 2, 45 minutes day 1, and there is day 3 and 4. Day 3 is 60 minutes also, and then we have the final day, which is day 4, 60-minute clock. Really good structure, 50,000 starting stack. 1,000 plus 100, loads of opportunities to qualify here. In the resort, there's numerous satellites, guaranteed satellites with a bunch of money guaranteed. So Martin limping in, but Max applies pressure with the 6s. Of course, there's the mini main event that's currently running. Still opportunities to play that. There's 1B, which is happening now. day 1B. And then we have day 1C tomorrow, Tuesday. And then Wednesday, the day 1D turbo. But then the day 2 proper starts Wednesday afternoon at 4 o'clock. Main event then kicks off Thursday. 2K high roller also on Wednesday. Loads to be following. A really good schedule. This is a massive festival. 1.2 million total guarantees. This event itself holds a 300k guarantee. You want to find out what's happening, just go online, Kings Resort. Really good slick site, so just click poker, schedule, everything comes up. Gives you the live cash game info, and click on any of the links then to get a more detailed structure, etc. Right, what's happening here? Doc is flopped. Good shot to go along with his pair. Kamenko opened in the cutoff, so he continues, but Doc, Igor with the pair, 2-pair draw, trip draw, straight draw, so going nowhere. Doc, in fact, he's going to put in a little feeler to see where he's at. It's like a min race. Makes it 330, and Kamenko with absolutely none of this. 10 high, end of story. He's going to be folding. Ace 3 deuce. Nothing he can do here. It's not out of the question for Doc Igor to flop the straight. It's your chip leader. Doc Igor, chip leader. Max on the button. He would have expected an open there with a suited king when folded around to him, but doesn't fancy tangling with Doc here, who's the chip leader, 6.1 million, and Martin Lederer, who is a pretty tough opponent also. Martin, king 10 suited and flops the royal flush draw. Absolutely smacks that. Doc check folds. Martin up to 4.5 million. Doc sitting on 6 million. Still good for the chip lead. This is the Bounty Hunter. And this is day 3. This is final day, final table, final 8 players. All have locked up 3k plus their bounties. But it's close to 40k up top. That's what these players are fighting for. Now, Paul Kovacic with the Jack 9. He opens and it's folded around. Martin's going to have to make something happen pretty soon. Max folds. Doc on the button has a small pair. Go a few ways. All options are credible here. Fold, raise or call, but he decides just to get rid of the deuces. He's not interested. And look at Sharvin, look at the stack. He's just got 7.5 bigs behind King 4 now. Sharvin really played well yesterday with the short stack. He was absolutely brilliant. But decides to fold the King 4. Just remembered a couple of hands versus Rozvadov plus. Sharvin just played them really well when he tangled with Rozvadov plus. No idea where Rozvadov plus got busted out. He did make the final day, but I've no idea what happened. Had a big stack going into the final day. Kamenko, King Queen, he's going to open 3.2, playing average stack. Kamenko from Slovenia. Super tournament player, this guy. Makes it 225. Martin folds the 9-6 off, but Max will be getting involved. Pocket eights. Seeing these guys get involved with each other on a few occasions. That's a little bit tight, but I understand it. A couple of real short stacks on the table. Why get involved? Still loads of players to act. I get it. Now the short stack in the small blind. Let's go. The Queen 7 and Cisco. Also short, down to about 7.5 bigs. He folds in the big blind, and Kamenko takes down the pot uncontested. You can see the two very short stacks, Sharvin and Cisco. Up top, no change. Doc Igor, Paul Kovacic. Then we have Martin Lederer, Maximilian Hammer, 3.8 million. Then Kamenko sitting on average stack. Martins look down at tens. Now this looks like a big open. Looks like about 350, 360, 370, 380 in fact. It's close to a 4x. Yeah, I mean, there's pluses and minuses. I guess the advantage here, he just clears out all the kind of trashy hands. Takes down the blinds. Even the likes of this ace 7 will fold. Sharvin can't really go with this, I don't think. Versus a very tight player who's opening so big in early position. Gotta let go of the A7.
One pass, two pass.
And then Kovacic folds. Problem is if someone 3-bets him. Has to kind of go with it, doesn't he? So Martin showing the 10s, takes it down, adds to a stack, and now looks down at 7-5 offsuit.
Four pass. Five pass. Six pass. Seven pass.
Sharvin has to go with this. Ace-9 folded around to him. Good opposition. Think he just shoves here. Nothing really he can do about it. Kovacic will fold the Queen-Jack in the small blind. It's just not strong enough. And he's not closing the action.
Two pass.
Does fold, and Kamenko folds also. Well, apologies. He hasn't folded. He's getting a count, which is reasonable. This is 3 or 4 big blinds I think he may call, but not like 7 bigs. He folds 6-2. Sharvin gets the job done, gets a stack up close to 10 bigs. Very decent short stack player, Sharvin. If he sees an opening, he will take it. That's what you got to do. You can't sit back, just get blinded out. It's just a recipe for disaster. Sitting back, you've no chance. This is Doc Igor. I expect him to open here. Suited ace. He's got all the chips. Well, that's tight. Sharvin might go with this as well. Suited king. Hijack position. 250k out there. Very tempting. But he's going to get snapped off here. The shortest stack in the table. With the 10s. Oh boy. What a setup. I mean, this is a dream scenario. Cowboys versus 2 all-in rips. First player with the king 10 and then the 10s. I mean, it's just a perfect setup. Kovacic makes the call. This is absolutely ridiculous, to be honest. Players will look at their hands. And you can see the king 10 is actually more likely to crack the kings than the 10s. What a setup. Ridiculous. 2 players all in for their tournament life, and look at the equity. Very rarely do you see this 3-way all in with someone with 72%. 72% versus 16 and 12%. And it's pretty much over. There's no way. Backdoor spades. The only possibility I can see. It's over. Both players dead on the turn. Powell running extremely well. Eliminates Sharvin and Cisco. You see they're going to do a count here. It's important because this will determine finishing positions. Whoever had the bigger stack, Sharvin had the bigger stack, so Cisco will go out in 8th for 3 grand. Sharvin will get 4,450 for 7th, and all of these 6 remaining players will be guaranteed a minimum payday of 6,100. And you can see the new scoreboard here. The chip count for this final table, Paul Kovaciu from Romania is now the chip leader, sitting on 7 million, which is 70 bigs, flying still 50, 100k. Doc, second in chips on 6 million, and he looks down at aces. Average stack 4.5 million now, 6-handed. Doc hasn't announced, he didn't know the action was on him, so he apologizes. And then he'll say raise. He says okay. And he'll make it about 225, I think. Oh, what's going on? Okay. 235. About right. I like it. Kamenko, 3.2 million, average is 4.5. This is Martin Albert. He now is the shortest stack on the table, sitting on 22 bigs, which is plenty, really. Still plenty of depth in these stacks. This is loose. Martin putting in 185 with the Queen Jack off. Max with 8-6 offsuit, getting a super price. That's why he's having a little smirk to himself, because he's kind of priced in here, but he doesn't like his hand. He folds the 8-6 off, and we're going to see a flop. Martin Albert just describing the size of a stack to Doc, who's requested how much have you got in there. King Jack, so it's a pair for Martin. I think he has to continue. You call with the Queen Jack. I think you go for one street anyway. 260. Well, Martin is going to run into big problems here. He's check raised Doc. Doc with the goods. Doc might just pull the trigger here. He's concerned about King Jack. Jacks. King's probably not likely. Would have heard from them pre. But, I mean, he's just ahead of so many hands. And there you go. Martin gets the news. I didn't like this call pre. This is the problem. You connect, you don't know where you're at. And it's cost him a bunch of money. He's the short stack. I would nearly go with this. I'd be very tempted to, even though I might be up against the king, I think. Right. I have a draw, I have a 2-pair draw, trip draw. Backdoor straight draw. And so much money in. Short stack, Martin Albert in the tank here, but I think he's leaning towards a fold. He check raised Doc Igor, Doc with the goods here. Doc's just put them all in. He decides to give it up in the end. Massive stack, 7.1 million. Back up on top. Paul Kovaciu has 7 million. Doc Igor 7.1. Martin Lederer sitting on average stack, suited ace, makes it 225 under the gun.
Three pass, four pass. Five pass. Six go. It's up to the floor.
Doc defending with the king deuce. So we're going to see a flop. Martin Lederer, ace 6. Flops top pair. Doc with bottom pair. Check. Continuation bet incoming from Martin.
7 bet, 250.
Makes it 250. And we're going to see a check call from the chip leader
Six go.
with bottom pair. Can be ahead at times. Does have the 2 pair draw and the trip draw.
Six check.
10 on the turn. Don't think Martin will like this 10. Snap check back and
Six bet, 250. 7
this will get called. Martin's going to win a sizable pot, 1.6 million. Brings him up to 6.3. Sorry, brings him up to 5.3. Doc is down to 6.3. I say down, he's second in chips. Average is 4.5 million. And Doc 6.3 million.
Troy command. Two raise.
Now, Paul
120,000.
Kovacic from Romania. Chip leader
Four pass.
makes it 220. Folded around to Max on the button with a suited ace.
Five pass.
With a very short stack player still on the table. Max not interested
7 go.
in getting involved, but Martin Lederer will be interested. Ace Queen makes the call.
It's up to the flop.
We're going to go to a flop. Paul Kovacic with Ace Deuce. Flops a wheel draw. Martin with still 2 overs.
Two bet. 175.
Check call from Martin Lederer with Ace Queen.
Seven check.
Three on the turn. Paul Kovacic with the wheel draw. Jack or 4 for a split. Well, it's going to be a chop pot here.
7 check. 2 check, showdown please.
Martin checks and now Kovacic checks back, shows the ace, and Martin could have won that with a 3-bet pre, I think.
Hands up. 60,100, 20,100, and 20,000 declined. Three pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 raise 260. 7 call.
So Martin with the ace 10 in the small blind, and he's just decided to call
And 2 call.
versus a button open from the big stack. I think that was a prime candidate to 3-bet that hand, but Martin decided just to flat call, and that is priced in Paul Kovacic with the Jack Deuce of hearts. Doc with the 7-6, and he's flopped
7 check.
big here, pair in the open ender.
6 bet. 300,000.
Continuation bet from Doc. Martin folds, and Kovacic, no connection to the board, folds also. Doc up to 6.9 million, good for the chip lead once again.
Pass. 5 pass.
Now Doc in the cutoff, he'll open once again. King Queen suited.
Sorry?
There's the 200k raise.
260.
Well, in fact, he's announced 260. 260 it is. Small blind will fold, just Kamenko to act now in the big blind. Kamenko down to 3 million. Average is 4.5. 6 remain. All these 6 players guaranteed minimum of 6,100 plus their bounties.
3
Defend from Kamenko in the big blind.
Heads up to the flop.
Good shot for Kamenko. Doc with the 2 overs, backdoor hearts. It's gone check, check. Well, the nuts for Kamenko. He's turned the absolute nuts straight to the 8. Checks, and a check back from Doc. Doesn't want to see painted as an ace. Kamenko now puts in a value bet, but can't see Doc being too interested. He decides King High, worth the call. Kamenko scoops the pot, brings the stack up to 3.7 million. But Doc Igor still sitting on about 6.5. Average is 4.5 million. 6 players remain in this German Championship of Poker Bounty Hunter event. Now, 6.6 million stack, joint chip leader Paul Kovacic with the jacks, but there's going to be action, I think. Small blind, ace queen, and the blinds are up now, 60, 120. So 30 bigs in Kamenko's stack. I'd expect a 3-bet here. Well, he decides just to flat call. Martin Albert, the short stack, 7-4 off. What can you do with it? Pretty horrible to look at, to be honest. Now, heads up. Ace Queen versus the Jacks. I would have thought Kamenko with 3-bet versus a button raise from the chip leader. But he's going to stay around with that Queen High flush draw. 2 overs. Kovacic, I think, is going to bet this also. Look how close these equities are. Jacks versus Ace Queen. Check bet Kamenko. Well, I'm definitely interested if I'm Kamenko. Queen of Diamonds key card. Decides to check call the 275. You get 25 back after putting in 300k chips. We go to the turn. Jacks still good. Any diamond, any ace, any queen. Good for Kamenko. I think Kovacic can go again here. And he's going to size up. Looks like 550. Big decision now for Kamenko. Well, he's ace high. So I think a check fold here from Kamenko is the order of the day. It's just getting way too expensive now. Interesting. Kamenko has made the call. Kovacic now trying to figure out what he's up against here. Well, Kovacic has made a set. Don't think a straight is likely. King Queen with the Queen of Diamonds or King of Diamonds. It's possible. Kamenko checks. Kovacic with a decision. He's going to go for value for sure. $1.1 million. Now Kamenko still thinks ace queen good. He does, you know. Ace queen, ace high. Kamenko. A lot invested. He has a blocker to the nut straight. A Queen of Diamonds, an important card. He under-repped his hand pre-flop. He thinks ace high is good, you know. He just can't figure out why Kovacic would fire again here in the river. So action now with Doc Igor, 6.4 million. He's second in chips. Paul Kovacic is the chip leader. Average stack 4.5 million. Just 6 players remain. We've one very short stack at the table. And that's Martin Albert. But Martin Lederer, who's playing off a 5 million stack, has picked up Big Slick. He opens here 250. I think we're going to see a 3-bet from the chip leader, who's just trying to take complete control. And I get it. Big stack can do this with the very short stack player on the table. Players just don't want to tangle. These big stacks don't want to get involved in a war. Risk busting out. There's a very short stack just sitting there. Martin calls the 3-bet with the ace king. Well, it's advantage Kovacic here, because if both miss, Kovacic has the advantage. Well, big problem for Kovacic. He's going to be continuing that ace high board, but leather with the maximum kicker. Well, Kovacic checks back, picks up the flush draw. Oh wow. Looks like about 500k from Martin. 600, 30% of the pot. The Powell Kovacic with that flush draw and a club. There's the call from Kovacic. Kovacic misses. Martin will go for value here. Target ace queens. Kings, queens, jacks. All these kind of hands that might pay him off. But Kovacic with just king high is going to be folding. Kovacic not liking this, of course. He's invested a lot, 3-bet pre, and then call that 600k bet on the turn. So quite a significant amount invested, but he can't do anything with just king high. He's trying to figure out a way to win this, but smartly decides just to cut his losses and let it go. Now, big moment here. Martin all in, of course. Has to. 1 million. 8 bigs. Kovacic will be snapping him off. Max just has to fold this. A6. And the king 7 will go into the bin. And we're going to see a race. Martin ahead. Doc has no interest in calling here, but he's just making it very clear how short Martin is. But Kovacic smart enough. So straight race, pocket sevens versus ace queen. Martin Albert with the sevens. Paul Kovacic with ace queen. Sevens good on this board. There's the ace of diamonds folded, queen of hearts folded, so just 2 aces and 2 queens left in the deck, and that's one of them. And the flush draw is covered. Martin drawing to a 7 and 7 only. The spade on the river gives the queen high flush to Kovacic. Martin Albert Busto is out in 6th place for €6,100. Nice rewards. He'll also cash in his bounty chips, each valued at €100. That's your chip leader, Paul Kovacic. All of these 5 remaining players now guaranteed 7,800, but it's a massive pay jump looming now between 5th and 4th. It's 12k in the difference, more than 12k. What am I talking about? Yeah, it's about 12k in the difference. It's 7-8 for 5th, and then it's 20,000 for 4th. Now that includes the seat. 4th gets 9,850 plus that 10,350 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. So 5 players remain. It's going to be tense, this World Series of Europe main event ticket bubble. Average stack 5.3, but we're plenty deep. Doc betting 250 here. I think this will get the job done. Kovacic has none of this, but look at this. I mean, he's deadly, this guy. Just exploiting the fact we're on a massive bubble and it's just not sensible for these big stacks to be clashing. So this check raise from Kovacic will just basically get all hands to fold bar a king. Now, Doc Igor. Can he go one level deeper? That's the question. It's so risky though. Well, he's thinking about it. He knows that Paul knows. that it's just crazy for these two guys to clash. So you would think you would have to have it when you check raise like this, but Doc, suspicious, but he does feel he has to let it go. And this guy, Paul Kovacic, just taking control. So Max, 3 million in a stack. Kamenko is the short stack, 2.3 million. He's about 20 bigs. Max gets that through with 5 players. Powell, who you can see at the bottom of your screen there, massive chip advantage. All of these guys have locked up 7,800, 7,800 plus their bounties. Martin in the cutoff with an ace opens. Kamenko now very short. Average stack 5.3 million. Max in the big blind with king deuce. Max defending. Eight, 5, 8, 2 clubs. Now Kamenko, opportunity. I think he might go with this button. Ace 10 suited. Doc, Ace, Jack. I mean, Kamenko, I expected him to 3-bet there on the button. Looks like he saved himself. He's going to get away here. But maybe a 3-bet rip would have got through. That's your scoreboard. 8.2 million for the chip leader, Kamenko. The short stack, just 16 bigs, but still plenty of depth here. Martin Lederer in the big blind. Pretty impressive lineup here, 500. I mean, I'm pretty impressed with the standard. Just get the feel that each and every one of these guys, they have the potential to win this. And it's not often you can say that when you're down to like 500 play. You kind of see one or two soft spots. Maybe a player that just you feel just can't win it. But for me, anyone can win this. Any of these players, they've all got loads of talent. Perhaps Max just a little bit tight in a few spots, but he's here, he's still in there. Doc, of course, he's got a bunch of chips, but this guy, well, he's been the story of the last few days, hasn't he? Kovacic. Once he got chips yesterday, there was absolutely no stopping him. And sitting on 8 million with the average 5.3 million. So good shot for Kamenko. Kovacic was absolutely none of this, but he's going to fire 9-6 of hearts, and it actually gets the better hand to fold. That's your chip count graphic. This is the German Championship of Poker. It's the No Limit Hold'em Bounty Hunter. Final table, final 5 players. Chip leader, Kovacic, running the show here. Paul Kovacic from Romania. And that's your short stack, Kamenko, on the button. All of these guys, of course, they've locked up for themselves €7,800. But it's that 40k up top, that's what they're playing for. Martin Lederer. Pocket fours under the gun. Tricky, these small pairs, early position. But we're 5-handed. There's no sitting back and hiding. You got to come out and play. And Martin opens here. He makes it 250. Well, Lederer, bottom set. Doc, ace 10. I expect very small sizing here from Martin. Keep Doc interested. 250. Doc is none of it.
The series, watch it. Very nice.
Kamenko, ace 10. on the cutoff. And Doc Igor in the small blind just decides to flat with the small pair. Martin gets out of the way. So we're going to go to a flop. Kamenko with position, 2 overs, and he's made a pair and a good shot. He checks back. Doc not showing any interest. Kamenko checks back, hits 2 pair. Doc now comes out and fires, but I think he missed his opportunity on the turn. I think it works on the turn. I don't think it works here. Snap call from Kamenko. Oh, that's a huge pot as far as Kamenko is concerned. Brings him up to 2.7 million.
Good luck, guys. Hello? Still 60. 7 pass. Look on. 4 heads up.
So heads up here, Doc Igor and the big stack. Paul Kovacic, who's made bottom pair. Now, Kovacic is going to lead out. 2 pair for sure. Not really much Doc can do here. He does decide to call with ace high. Deuce on the river. Now Kovacic concerned about a queen, but queen you would have expected to bet flop, so he may just put in some kind of small containing bet, but he decides to check, and now Igor fires 450. 430 to be precise. So, Kovacic just going through the hands, the combinations. I think he's going to call this, you know. It looks like a busted draw, a hand like King Jack, Ace Jack, 9 King. There's the call. Big pot, big moment, 9.4 million. Igor down to average stack, and huge distance now between Paul Kovacic and the rest of the field. in absolute control here. Double the average stack, more than double the average stack.
8,100 and 60,100.
Just 20 million in play. He's enough for heads up. Average stack for heads up. And blinds 80,000, 160,000.
Surprise, surprise, mother! The king is back!
Max 2.6 million.
5 pass.
Folds. Doc on the cutoff. Queen Jack. He'll open, I expect. He's had a pretty brutal couple of orbits.
320 minutes, so 6 raised, 320,000. And 10 more. Thank you. 7 pass, 2 pass. 3 pass. Doesn't matter, just 5 side. So 160, yeah? 50,000. Okay, so 6 pass, 7 pass.
Now, Kovacic on the button. Of course, he's going to open here. King 10. In control. Big money bubble here. So this is huge advantage with this size stack. And I like this all-in rip. You kind of go, wow, this is crazy. Putting 9 million over the line. But
3 pass.
his greatest exposure is actually 2.4 million. And look at that. He gets the ace 4 to fold, and Max can't do anything with the 4 deuce. And you can see the benefit there of ripping. He min raises ace 4, my 3-bet rip. Really good scenario for Kovacic, who's the chip leader. That's second in chips. Martin Lederer, 7.3 million. Average is 5.3. But plenty of blinds on this table. Kovacic in the cutoff. And why not open? The only person that can really damage him has folded. Having said that, Igor still has a decent stack. Max with the Jack 3 suited in the small blind. Can't do anything, just has to fold this. Gotta move soon, but now's not the time. Doc sitting on 4.8 million with King 10. I expect him to defend here. Put in the 170k.
6 top.
Total amount is 330. We're going to go and see a flop.
4 heads up.
Very tense now. Big money at stake. Huge money. Well, this is a huge flop for Doc Igor. I mean, he's smashed it. Top pair, good shot. And it's perfect scenario because Kovacic has connected also. check raise from Doc. Now this is a real test
635.
of Paul Kovachew's skill level. Top pair, you're the chip leader versus big blind. Well, can't be folding. Top pair to a raise just yet. Eight on the turn.
6 bet 400.
Doc fires again. Well, it's getting cheaper. It's 400,000 now to play. Kovachev doesn't like it. But he's going to put in the 400k. Doc doesn't want to hit two pair, that's for sure.
Six bet 500.
And the sizing from Doc is pretty much perfect. I think he's got the max here. And Paul Kovachev takes a massive hit. Doc right back in the 7 million stack. So we have three players sitting around 7 million. Kovachev, Doc Igor and Martin. And then we have two stacks on about 2.2, 2.3 million. So a table of two kind of halves, if you like. Three big stacks, two short stacks.
Two raise 320.
Kovachev makes it 320.
3 pass.
With a suited ace. Max can't do anything with 7 deuce. But you just get the feel he'll put this money in light. Any opportunity, any opening, Max will pull the trigger. Now, Doc should be 3-betting here. Kovachev is raising pretty much every hand. And there's the 3-bet. Really sizable 3-bet.
7 pass.
And Kovachev just go, yeah, well done. You can have it, sir. These guys just cannot go to war. It don't make sense. Not with two super short stacks on the table. There's huge money at stake here. What's going on? Kovachev makes the call. Okay. Well, this 3-bet wasn't actually that big. Big blind is 160. Problems. Paul Kovachev, massive problems.
6 bet 500.
He's going to have to call at least one street. Can't fold now. Not on the flop. Has to call here.
2 call.
Puts in the 500,000. And what a turnaround for Doc Igor, who was on a big downswing, but
6 check.
he's going to win a massive pot here by the looks of it. He checks. Paul will just check this back. He's got serious kicker issues.
Two bet.
Well, he thinks he's ahead. So he's going to target hands like King, Queen, Queens, Jacks.
6 bet.
But after this call, for sure he's going to put on the handbrake. As we go to the river, 4.6 million. The two short stacks are loving this, Max and Kamenko. Ah, stop. That is ridiculous. Doc in check call mode. Paul Kovacic gets lucky, makes two pair, and now he's absolutely buzzing. After that call on the turn, it's likely that he's up against ace queen, ace jack. These are the kind of hands that are going to pay him off here. It's pretty brutal, it really is. I feel for Doc because, well, he's going to lose a giant pot. Now he might get away. What's he beating? Would ace 9 bet again here? No, it wouldn't, but I mean, Doc's going to be sickened. Absolutely sickened. It's a horrible river card. It's harsh. 2,775,000. Massive blow. Leaves Doc with about 2.7 million, I think. And Kovacic up to about 12 million. Gigantic chip leader. He's got about 65% of the chips in play. Max just waiting to pull the trigger. He's got to. Not on this occasion. 3 shorties now. Doc Igor moves in. Fold from Martin in the small blind. And Paul still continues to count his chips from the previous hand. We're going to get a chip count now. Any second. Give us an indication of what's happening out there, but I think Kovacic has about 12.5 million. Doc down under 3 million. These are the 3 short stacks side by side. Kamenko Max, who's pulled the trigger at last, he's moved in. Looks like about 2.3 million all in rip. Kovacic quickly folds and Kamenko in the big blind. Looks interested. Well, the 2 short stacks go to war. Kamenko, you expect to be ahead here. Max shoved with the ace 5. Don't blame him. Kamenko, you would expect to be ahead of that. But let's see. They called it King Queen, King Jack suited, Ace Deuce, Ace 3, Ace 4 suited. All these hands would probably call. But it's just taking a minute now for the graphics to reveal themselves to us. Ace Jack, miles ahead. Sorry, Kovacic is not in the big blind, it's Kamenko. Oh, sick. Well, this is just so typical of tournament poker. 5 in the window to give you hope. And then the Jack. It's all but over for Max. And now it is over. They're going to do a count, but it's very close. I think Kamenko just as Max covered. Well, he's getting shrapnel back. Looks like 130,000 or something like that. Less than a big blind. So, Kamenko missed out in the bounty. These €100 bounties obviously now not really a factor. Huge money jump. We go from 7,800 to 20k. Max all in blind. Doc folds the nut low. Doc with just 2.6 million. Lederer 6.9 million. Kovacic doesn't have 15. He has about 13 million. And Kamenko has about 5 million. Kamenko. Makes the call. Looks like Kovacic still there as well. Ace high winning. Goes check. Queen connects with Max. So Max will actually quadruple up here. Gets the... Well, he doesn't because he was in the big blind. So it was him that posted. He had to post the big blind ante. It's pretty sick. Now Kamenko's chip stack there, that's about 4.5 million. Yeah, I see Johan just pointing out about the chip stacks. That's going to be adjusted. But just give us a bit of time. I say there's a break coming up in 10 or 15 minutes. It will be adjusted after that. What happened there was Kovacic was credited with that all in from Max, but it was Kamenko that won it. So Kamenko is about 2.5 million more, and Kovacic is about 2.5 million less. But that'll all be adjusted at the break. Have to say the production, the quality of the production of these streams is just, I mean, it's first class. I For a regular stream, there's nothing I've seen even close to it. Right, so all in once again, Max with the 6-4. Doc with King Jack in the big blind. Coverchew, Ace Queen, Doc.
6-bet 300. Two pass.
We'll win this. 100% check mark. Max drawn dead. Unfortunately, he's going to miss out on the World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, but he does get 7,800. Could not get going on this final table, he really couldn't. And refused to kind of gamble early on. He played tight his right approach, but just couldn't get a flow going. It was this man Kamenko that severely damaged him when Max moved in with the ace-5. Don't blame him for that. Had to get his chips in under the gun. The big blind woke up with ace-jack and called him off. Now, Powell Kovacic, 8-7, massive stack, chip leader, in control, 4 players left. This is getting serious now. 20k locked up. For a 300 buy-in event, it really is very substantial.
After the flop. Six check. Two check. Six check.
Now, Powell continues to run well. Connects with the turn. Goes ahead.
160.
Bets out 160, it looks like, minimum bet.
6 go.
And it's perfectly sized to get the under pair to call here. Doc makes the call, needs to hit a set.
6 check. 2 check.
I think it goes check, check. And Kovacic scoops another pot. Doc down to 2.5 million. About 15 minutes left in this blind level. Then we go to the 100k, 200k. Doc.
6 raise, 1 minute.
3 betting, Kamenko. Martin getting out of the way with the King Jack, not interested. Chip leader folds, Kamenko. Ace 3, he is suited. Doc is the short stack on the table. Interesting spot. Kamenko opens under the gun. These suited aces, powerful hands. Ace, of course, the key card, blocking so many premiums. Three bet then from Doc. Kamenko decides, you know what, you can have this one. Looks up at the clock. Line still 80,160. So good news for these 4 players that remain. They will be returning for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. I really can't emphasize enough how big this festival will be come October. We have multiple live qualifiers every week. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 even sometimes tickets awarded to the winners of the main event every weekend. And this year's 2022 World Series of Poker Europe, expecting to break more records. 21 was a record, most participants ever, and that was during the pandemic. There was actually a state of emergency called during the World Series in the Czech Republic last year, and the main event still managed to hit a record number of unique players. I mean, I find that absolutely incredible. But that'll just give you a little indication. Believe me, this will be massive, this event. And if you're looking at just picking one festival to participate in, or you're kind of planning your schedule, it's not sensible leaving this one out, the World Series of Poker Europe. And there's many reasons why. First of all, the huge guarantee. Second of all, the fact that there's so many live qualifiers. There's like literally hundreds of live qualifiers, literally. Then you have the online support for it also. And then just the attraction of the World Series brand that just brings loads of kind of not only professionals, but also loads of recreational players that just come out once or twice a year. They want to play the World Series. That's the one they want. They want a shot at a bracelet. So for these reasons and more, this is certainly an event to play. Now, Martin has a lock in this hand. I mean, Powell is drawn very thin. His queen is no good. Ace of hearts no good. Martin checks back, wins the pot, gets his stack up over 8 million. Average is about 6 3/4. About 6.7 million is the average stack. So yeah, that World Series of Poker Europe, that is one for me anyway, that's for sure. That's one I know. I don't get out that often, but that's something I've earmarked to play. Hopefully be able to buy into it, but if not, I will bang away at a few sats. Probably in Kings itself, in the run-up in the week beforehand. There's several super and mega satellites with bunch of seats guaranteed. And just a quick one on that, if you're seriously considering participating in that, just get on and book your accommodation now. because every year it's the same problem. The biggest problem for the World Series of Poker Europe is accommodation. Like that's a massive problem. It's like if you just wait until the festival, you're just going to come up short, or you'll be staying a little bit away from the the venue. So if you want to stay in the venue or very near to the venue, just book now. Just go online, book. Contact King's Resort, the hotel, really top reception team there at the hotel. And they do have availability at the moment. So, top pair for Paul, bottom pair, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight for Doc Igor. This 200k will be called. Bottom pair can be good here sometimes, but he does have two pair draw, trip draw, and also the back doors as mentioned. 10 clubs on the turn. Paul Kovacic. Will fire again. $450. And this is a little light from Doc Igor. He doesn't believe Paul. Thinks he's ahead here. 7 on the river. I think Paul checks this back. Some two pairs have got there. Straights there. Well, he's going for value again. Okay. $850. Wow. Doc calling very light. Huge pot, 3.6 million. Doc down to just 11 bigs. I'm surprised. Well, I was surprised Kovacic went for value again. It was a really class value bet. Top quality. Doc calls him light. 4 players left. That's your big stack. 13.5 million. There's only 20 million on the table. Under the gun, of course, he's going to open. He's in absolute control. Kamenko, 3.3 million, 7.6. This goes in the bin, and now Doc with the 10 deuce folds. Martin, very impressive, this guy. He comes across is very solid. Super composure. Really good temperament, this guy, Martin Lederer. No drama. Just gets to business. Kind of board that would favour big blind. Kovacic, though, is going to continue firing like he very often does, saying, look, I'm the one here with all the chips. I'm the boss. Martin, with none of it, folds out. 14 million now. Well, there's actually 26 and a half. 26 and a half, 27 million. So, yeah. Covachu has about 55% of the chips in play. So yeah, apologies, I just did a miscalculation. There was 50,000 starting stack, almost 900 players. Is that right? I think my maths is again off. Yeah, there's 26,790,000. There's a 30,000 stack for this event. So just shy of 27 million in play. Average is 6.7 million. This is Martin Lederer under the gun, suited king. Of course he's going to open. Coming to the end of this 80-160 blind level. Doc with 10-5. Calls pretty light here. Makes a pair. Good shot for Martin. So, stop and go move from Doc. Just flatted pre was going to be moving in here. Pretty much on any board. Bottom pair works. Kemenko, 3 million stack on the button. 9-8 chip leader has folded, which is a rarity. Small blind is the short stack. Doc Igor, and then we have Martin Lederer in the big blind. Doc with king 10. Good 3-bet rip here. About 13 bigs, 14 bigs, decides to flat. Martin with an ace 3, he makes up the additional 190 to see a flop. Ace 3 versus king 10 versus Kemenko on the button with the 8-9. He has the advantage of position. And he goes ahead. Kemenko, second pair, checks back. Open ender for Doc. Ace 3 gets out of the way. And Kemenko, well, he's a good shot of his own. Bottom pair. Calls. Interesting situation now. 5, no change. Doc goes with this. He has to go with it. Kamenko in a real tough spot now. Lost his opportunity on the flop. 1.5 million. I think Doc gets this through. I really do. Kamenko does fold. He is now the short stack, 2.5 million. Doc eager up to 3.3, but he's still half what the average stack is, 6.7 million. There's the lay of the land. Paul Kovacic in absolute control. 60% of the chips in play. 55% of the chips in play. This is Kamenko. Short stack, 2.5 million. He folds. Doc is going to fold the 5-4 on the button you'd expect. And a battle of the blinds. King Jack, Will Martin will certainly be entering this pot, most likely with a raise. He does make it 350, and Kovacic will just give up the 6 deuce offsuit. Does have positional advantage, but he can pick a better spot to defend. Martin takes down that pot. Blinds are posted, and this, I'm told, is the last hand at this 80,000, 160,000 blind level. Kovacic, small blind, he's just going to move in here, I expect, with ace 10 versus the shorty. Enough out there. That's what he does. And no decision really for Kamenko with the Jack 5 off. And that level has now expired. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back in 15 minutes. Do join us for the 4-handle battle here in King's Resort. We're watching the Bounty Hunter at the German Championship of Poker.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back. 4 players remain here. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. It's the German Championship of Poker. It's Kemenko, the short stack 2.2 million. 11 bigs.
3 pass.
Blinds 100k, 200k, and Doc. What a roller coaster ride Doc has had. From chip leader to short stack to chip leader to short once again. All these 4 players have locked themselves up a sizable payday, 20k. This was a 200 plus 100 plus 30 buy-in.
2 pass. 3 pass. 6 go, 200, 7 check. 4 heads up.
Blind v blind, it's Doc, Igor and Martin Lederer.
7 bet 200.
Martin has connected second pair. Doc
6 pass.
check folds, Queen 5. 7.6 million for Martin. The average stack is 6.7 million. Big chip leader, of course, the Romanian Paul Kukchu. Short stack Kemenko, and you can see Paul there in the very left and Kemenko in the top left.
9 of spades.
And you give me now aces, is already it's good.
3 pass.
Just go.
6 go. 200. 7 raise. 600,000.
So small blind, ace, queen. It looks like Doc limped in on the button with the Queen 10.
2 pass.
Kovacic folds, and I guess Doc calls. That was the reason for the limp, but no, he decides to let the Queen 10 go. Martin takes down another pot, gets a stack to 8.2 million. Doc down to 15 bigs. And then we have Kemenko on 11 big blinds.
Six pass, 7 pass. 2 raise all in.
Well, I think Kemenko calls here. And we're going to see a chop pot. Unless one of these guys can connect with their kicker. Kemenko, ace 3. Kovacic, ace 4. Well, a wheel draw for both players. So neither player wants to hit their kicker now. Split pot. Kovacic still in Absolute control here. Martin Lederer, King Queen suited. He will open. Big blind 200k.
Free pass.
Doc in the big blind with King Deuce not interested. Martin takes the pot.
Two pass.
Kamenko, 10 bigs.
Three pass.
8-5 suited. Look at this. Pocket queens. Doc, Igor. Small blind position. How does he proceed? Oh, he's going to raise.
Raise. 700,000.
And he goes big. Looks like 600k. Martin's not going to be calling this. Well, 7. It's too big. I'm not really a fan of this big sizing. Blind v blind. Hard to get action.
Free pass.
So the prize pool total was 300,000. All these 4 players have locked up 20k. Part of that payout, of course, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat, valued at 10,350. Martin in the small blind with ace 7. Paul with the 6-7 suited, no connection to this board. Ace high good, any kind of continuation from Martin Lederer here will just end the pot, 400k. Powell will be folding.
Two pass. Careful, please, about the string bet. Put the chips in one. Know what I mean? Yeah. Six pass.
Doc sitting on 15 bigs. Martin folding, and now all in here from Paul Kovacic with the small pair. 8-6 of clubs, and you can see the equity. The 8-6 actually ahead, but it's very difficult to make this call. 8 high for your tournament life,
Free pass.
really is. I mean, if you could see Kovacic's cards, of course, he just snaps them off. Clear demonstration of the advantage of getting your money in first. Now, Martin, under the gun, king 10.
3 plus. 6 plus. To raise 450. 3 plus.
Suited ace for Paul Kovacic. Dock in the small blind. Decides to 3-bet rip, but I think
7 plus.
Paul will be calling this. Wow. He snap folds the ace 2 suited. I'm surprised.
Three plus. 6 plus. 7 plus.
Dock under the gun, 17 bigs.
6 plus. 7 plus. 2 raise all in.
And we're going to see another clash. Kamenko goes with it. Has to. He's invested too much. Flipping quite a lot, as is the case here. It's pretty much a 50-50. Kovacic needs to hit Kamenko with the pair. Paul Kovacic with the 2 overs. Deuces in the lead here. Ace or 5 needed for Paul Kovacic to bust out Kamenko. 3 on the turn. Down to the river. Big sweat, worth thousands. Deuces hold. Huge pot. Kamenko.
1, 2, 50.
Doubles, but he's still short. 13 bigs now. $2.7 million. These blue chips you can see are bounties. So there's about 1600 there in bounties that'll be paid out to Kamenko on top of his payout. And from looking around the table, it looks like he's busted out more players than anyone else.
7 plus.
Now, pocket fours, 12 million stack, and he's just going to move all in. 2 short stacks.
3 plus.
Kamenko folds And Doc's going to have to fold here as well. Doc, 3 million, 15 bigs, can't do anything with 9-5. You'd wonder if he could see Paul Kovachew's cards there, would he call? I think he does. Interesting question. Shrocko saying another double up, and Kamenko is back in the game. Yeah, he's been very high quality, Kamenko. In fact, these 4 remaining players are thoroughly deserving of their position here, having locked themselves up 20k and the potential of getting 40k. Oh boy. And you can see Doc just asking how much it is. This is all designed to fray weakness and try and induce Martin into the hand, but Kamenko is going to be busto because he's run into it here. He let rip with King 10 on the button. Tried to pick up the $500,000 that's out there pre-flop, but he ran into Doc Igor with the bullets, and Doc snapped him off. Well, took a couple of seconds. Aces versus King 7. No help. Well, trip draw, 2-pair draw, no good. 7 would work. King, no good. 8 of clubs, 3 clubs. 7 and 7 only. 2 outs. Kamenko misses. 4th place. Has a smile. Shakes hands with his 3 opponents. What a gentleman. Kamenko from Slovenia, another decent score, huge score from 20k. But he's been around for a while, Kamenko. We picked him out yesterday as one of the quality players left in the field. He's had a very deep run here at the German Championship of Poker Bounty Hunter event. 4th place. And then there were 3. Good game, Kamenko. We'll see him back, and look who's back in business. Doc Igor, 6 million. Having said that, the average is about 9 million now. But 6 million, good for 30 bigs. Plenty of depth now in these stacks. About 130 blinds out there, 140. Martin raising in the small blind, and we're going to see a 3-bet from Paul Kovachew. I like this guy, Kovachew. He maximizes every slight advantage. He's the chip leader here, but Lederer does have a suited ace, but he's out of position. Kovachew was just looking for a fast fold, but both miss. He'd be favoured to win it. And Martin has completely missed this. He checks. Paul Kovachew. Any kind of continuation here from Kovachew will win the pot for him. 3.2 million. I expect a bet of around 1.1, 1.2 million. No, he checks back. And now he goes ahead. Martin, absolutely none of this. Paul Kovacic, pair of nines. He doesn't want to get check raised, that's for sure. Checks back again. First the bet wins. Kovacic could have won this on flop or turn. Martin can win it now with a bet on the river.
7 bet.
It's going to work. Kovacic just closed up. Once that 3 bet was called pre, he put on the handbrake. Could have won that. Any size of bet on flop or turn. Martin pounced on the opportunity. 4 cards to a straight. Fired on the river. Martin on the button here. 10 million. He's on par now with Kovacic.
No problem for me.
2 raise, 600.
Queen 9 for Doc Igor. Doc, not afraid to defend.
6 pass.
But decides to let go the Queen 9 in the big blind. Kovacic 11 million. Martin 10 million and about 6 million for 5.5 million for Doc Igor. It's the 100k, 200k blind level. Big slick for the chip leader. Suited king for Doc. Doc looks interested. Decides to make the call. Martin getting a big price with 4-3 of diamonds. Doesn't want to hit his flush, and Doc doesn't want to hit his king. Paul Kovacic favorite here as we go to a flop. Good shot for Martin and for Doc. Paul checks back. Martin pairing a good shot, but Doc Igor is the one that's firing. 450, and look at this. Bottom pair. Good shot to a bad straight.
River heads up. Check. 6 check.
Martin hits the straight.
Bet. 1 minute. 6 pass.
Doc checks folds.
Nice 5.
Just a quick reminder about the online promotion we're doing for King's Shop. 5% off everything. Absolutely everything. Across the board, 5% discount. Plus, if you're ordering from Germany, we're going to do free delivery. You must use the code STREAMS, STREAMS, Doc, with a suited ace in the button. Martin gets out of the way and Powell folds the 9-6 off. Doc gets a stack up to 26 bigs. Seven deuce, small blind. Doc just surrenders. Martin did have a suited ace. Martin 12 million stack. Martin chip leader, but very close to Paul Kovacic. And then Doc Igor, bottom left of your screen there is the short stack here, three-handed at the Bounty Hunter event, live from King's Resort. Martin Lederer, big slick. Makes it 500k. Paul Kovacic with a suited ace. This could be dangerous. These two joint stacks. Both miss. Martin's going to continue. I think Paul might continue also with the backdoor clubs. He'll believe his ace is golden here if he hits it. And unfortunately, if an ace does peel off, he's in big trouble. 3 would be good for him. Well, I think this second queen now will shut down on the action, but Paul could win this now. Paul Kovacic. The ace 3. 2.2 million in the pot. Checks back. Six on the river. Ace king in the lead, but Powell considering a bet here. Is ace high good enough? That's what he's thinking. He thinks it is. That's why he checked back. But he's going to see ace king and he's going to lose another pot. And Martin Lederer, 13 million now. Now, Martin in control. Queen Jack on the button. It's going to make it 450. Wow. Big moment. But Martin can't call this, surely. Doc, not afraid. Put his chips in. I am absolutely shocked that Martin called this. I guess he does have a massive stack. But very often you're crushed with Queen Jack versus 3-bet all in. It's pretty much a flip, but Doc does have an advantage. Martin needs to hit. He needs paint. And he gets it. Doc Igor just shakes his head in disbelief. Needs to hit an ace. Ace and ace only. Going to the river. It's over for Doc. Our third place finisher. What a run. Gotta mention Summertime Ellie, his partner. She finished, I think, about 28th. Top 30 for sure. And now we have Martin Lederer with 18 million. Huge chip lead. Line still 100k, 200k, but like Kovacic was 42 bigs. You can see there's 130 plus bigs in play. I was surprised at that call, I'll be honest. But if you don't buy the ticket, you can't win the prize. We're going to go straight to it. No break. Heads up. Paul Kovacic on the left-hand side from Romania, and Martin Lederer, the chip leader, on the right-hand side of your screen. Head-to-head. Both guys have locked up close to 30k, about 28,350. That includes WSOP Europe main event seat. They're playing for about 11,000 in the difference. It's close to 40k for first.
Surprise, the king is back.
Mustafa bought a King's dealer button on King's shop. Best of luck, Mustafa, with your King's button. Now, what's going on here? Pair for Martin and a flush draw for Paul Kovacic. Two pair now for Martin. Powell gets there. I think Powell checks this flush back. Five, six, seven of hearts, all call them. Two pair no good. Martin Lederer loses. First hand of the heads up battle. Paul Kovacic with the goods here. That's your trophy for the winner, the German Championship of Poker. Beautiful ornament to put in your mantelpiece or your trophy cabinet. Who's going to win it? Well, I mean, it's anyone's guess. I mean, for me, Paul Adrian Kovacic, he's got the experience, that's for sure. I mean, just in recent times, we've seen him heads up in the Benelux Classics. Came second for $50,000, 47,000 euro. I mean, he had the chip lead in that at one stage. Enrico Zondag beat him heads up, the Dutch player. But I mean, it was just a flick of a coin, really. Very disciplined, very exact, precise, clear-minded. You can just totally get the vibe that he knows exactly what's going on. He's not going to dunk it off. He's not going to tilt if he runs bad. Got a lot of character, this guy. Slight chip deficit here, but on paper probably you would fancy him. Of course, he won the German Poker Days high roller last year here in the resort as well, but the guy has a bunch of tournament cashes, like he's 350k in tournament winnings. But it's anyone's tournament, and Martin, real quality act, he proved it. He's not here by chance, Martin Lederer, that's for sure. Queen 7. That's 500k, and Paul with the 2 overs. No diamond out there. Well, this is what you're dealing with. Check raising with absolute air. No pair, no draw. Nothing going on. But just saying to his opponent, look, if anyone has a straight here, it's more likely that I do. Takes it down. So Kovacic on the button here, making it 400k. Martin Lederer, chip leader, makes top pair. Checks. Paul will probably continue. Love a size and 20% pot size just to see what the story is. Instantly gets the answer. Martin with the check raise. No intel really on Martin other than that what I've seen today, which has been pretty cool, to be honest. Did mention a few times how I loved his temperament. Doesn't mess around, no big dramatics, but firmly focused. He's come across super solid all day. No mistakes for me. That Queen Jack was a little bit loose, I think. Igor 3-bet ripped all in after he opened with the Queen Jack, but he felt if he kept raise folding, he'd be exploited, particularly by someone like Igor. So he made a stand and he hit the flop. It held. He busted out the dock. And it's brought us here to heads up for this prestigious title. Trophy and 40k. Well, Martin is just setting money on fire here. I think Paul just check calls again. He's made a full boat. Having said that, it looks like he's up against an ace. So he could go raise. But it's in the hand. Jack 6. Can't see him continuing. Martin. $12 million now for Paul Adrian Kovacic from Romania. Heads up once again here in King's Resort. We've seen this before. Paul on the button, King Jack, raise, snap fold from Martin. And now it's pretty close, 14 to 12. That's your trophy, beautiful trophy. GCOP, German Championship of Poker. This is one of the highlight events, event number 2, the No Limit Hold'em Bounty Hunter. That's Paul Adrian Kovacic. And that is Martin Lederer, the chip leader. What a performance by this guy. Absolute nut low on the button, decides he's not going to play it. Gives a walk. Also running in the resort is day 1B of the mini main event. 100k guaranteed for that 500 buy-in event. Open ender for Martin. Paul with the backdoor clubs, but not much else happening. But he does fire 300k in a snap call with the open-ended straight draw for Martin. Now Paul hits the turn, as he has done so much in this event. That ace deuce against ace jack. I'm thinking, well, he hit the deuce on the river for the 2-pair. Massive hand against Doc Igor, it really was. Significant pot this. Martin is going to put in the 550 with the open ender. Queen good, jack good. 10 good also. Well, there you are. On the river. Queen for Martin, who checks. Decision time for cover 2. Queen jack hand he's likely against. Missed the straight, but makes 2-pair. He just flicks over the button. As if to say, you got it. And once again, a bit of daylight between the two players. Martin with 15 million. Kovacic, 11 million. Blinds 125, 250. That's Paul Adrian Kovacic on the left-hand side. On the right, the chip leader, Martin Lederer. Not much in this, though. Both players have secured for themselves 28,350. 18,000 cash on that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. King, Queen, 4. Martin, top pair. Paul has missed, but he's going to rep. So Queen 7 for Martin, 16 million on the button. Min raise makes it 500k. Queen 10 for Kovacic. Three bet to 1.5 million Martin. Just lets that go. So 44 bigs in Kovacic's stack versus about 70 bigs. About 65 bigs, in fact, in Martin's stack. Yeah, there's just over 100 bigs in play. $27 million. 108 bigs to be precise. This is suited ace for Paul Kovacic. Makes it 500, which is the standard raise size, it looks like. Depend from Martin Lederer with the 8-7. All pretty standard so far. Both players connect. Martin has hit second, third pair in fact. Top pair for Kovacic. Continues for 400k. Well, it's 300 in fact. Martin check calls with bottom pair. 7 would spice things up. 10 on the turn. Martin checks. Paul with top pair. Good shot. Goes again. Looks like 750. Well, 875. Martin still in the lead, but can't get ahead too far. Kovacic keeps coming back. 14 million to 12 million. Blinds 125, 250. You can see the stats there. 105 bigs in play. Heads up here for 40k. The buy-in for this was €330. That's Paul Kovacic, the Romanian professional, 350k in live tournament earnings. Playing heads up here for 40,000. Wouldn't be his biggest score. 47,000 just a couple of months back. Runner up in the Dutch Classics. Now, Martin Lederer, re-raise with the King Queen, and Paul snap folds. Martin with the button raise with 10-2 off. Paul defends with the 7-3 and he hits bottom pair. Going to check call this street. You're going to see a continuation from Martin. Paul will continue. Bottom pair. Decides to check raise. Snap fold from Martin, and again we're so close here. 13 million for Kivichu and 14 million for Martin Lederer. This is the closest they've been since we began this heads up. Change of dealer. You can see the graphic in the background there, displaying the $500,000 that's guaranteed in the main event. That's the 1,000 plus 100 by a German Championship of Poker main event. Kovacic, Queen 5 on the button. Makes it 500, but Lederer here with the Queen 10 makes the call. Ten 2-4. Lederer has a lock in this hand. Backdoor straight possibility. Backdoor hearts running 5. The only possibility for Kovacic. We may get check raised here. Seems to be the order of the day when these guys hit out of position. They check raise, and Martin is going to continue that format with the check raise and with top pair. Ace 10. Monster heads up. 15 million chip leader. 10-3 suited. Paul puts in the additional 250. We're going to see a flop again. I'm liking these guys. They're pretty much playing any two, which is really what you need to do heads up. Good shot for Lederer. Kovacic is absolutely none of this. I expect him to check fold. Interesting. Kovacic floating. Does have the back doors. 10 no good. 3 would be good, but that's a disaster. Lederer fires again, and Kovacic is trying to set something up with floating on the flop, even though he hit the turn, realizing strength being shown from his opponent, he check folds. Watching heads up here at the German Championship of Poker. This is Paul Kovacic. 10-3. Looks like a limp from Paul with the 10-3. Now Martin with the raise makes it 700k and a fold from Paul. Martin just seems to be taking control here. Martin Lederer. We didn't mention how solid he's been all day. Very decent player, very good temperament. It's going to take more of an effort to finish off his opponent, though. Kovacic is hugely talented, highly experienced. Paul Kovacic, 8-5 here in the big blind. It looks like he's thinking of continuing. He is, of course, he puts in the additional 250 and we're going to see a flop. Ace deuce for Martin, 8-5 for Kovacic. Well, this is big problems for Paul. It's a bottom pair. Martin, top pair. Three on the turn. Martin will go again. Extract value. Target 5x, 9x. Kovacic. Third pair. It's getting expensive. 700k. 3 in the turn. Has produced a straight. Straight more likely in Kovacic's hand rather than Martin's, but Kovacic just check calls. Six the river. And straight away Martin going for value. This is quite strong. A lot of people just check back. Martin going for value, targeting the 9x. Expect 5x to be folded now at this stage. Kovacic looks interested. Thinking of calling here, I think. Or is he thinking of turning his hand into a bluff? He's moved all in. And I get it. The 8, a key card. 7-8. The nuts. But it's over. Martin Lederer makes the call. Didn't think about it too long. What can you do? Martin Lederer, the champion. Paul Adrian Kovacic, runner-up once again in a major event here in King's Resort. Huge moment for this gentleman. Huge win. Major title, trophy, 40k. Of course, part of that payout is the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Extraordinary end. Kovacic didn't want to just call and pay off an ace or a 9. Decided to turn his hand into a bluff. Didn't work. This guy is super strong. Really interesting last hand. Really appreciate all you viewers tuning in. This is an absolute pleasure for us to bring you this poker content. This is what we do. Week in, week out. And next week we have a special stream. 3 days, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. German Championship Poker main event. 1,000 buy-in, 500k guaranteed. What an interesting table. Some top players. Have to mention Kamenko and Doc Igor, third and fourth, of course. There was Max, who came fifth, but it was sprinkled with top class players, Sharv and Victor. We also had Martin Albert and Shaichko 98. Victor Hugo Rebelo, also the Portuguese player. Real quality final table, top quality heads up battle, and a final shout out for the promo. If you want to purchase something, 5% off in King Shop. Otherwise, it's bye from me.